circle 40 miles across, make it 50 miles across, and then zoom out as far as you can go. You can't see it, and you can only go out, I think, 20,000 miles. And so, like, how are we seeing this with our naked eye on the moon, 250,000 miles away?
What was the name of that?
All the pictures are edited, Flat Earth Dave.
What pictures are edited? The picture I took of the moon where I can see the crater, and I can see it with my naked eye. Those pictures?
No, the ones that NASA provides for the moon.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking go out on a full moon, look at the moon without any binoculars, and you can see that crater. How is that possible? Its angular size would be far below your eye's resolution to be able to see it, but we can see it. I mean, that's game over right there. So you know what? NASA's lying. That crater is not 40 miles wide. It's 4,000 miles wide. That's the Glober answer.
Also, like the brightness. That was the one thing I wish Austin had brought up during the debate, because Harrison's number one thing he went to was the moon being what is it's claimed in the heliocentric model.
Austin, Austin started to talk about how the moon doesn't light up equally. You know, a sphere doesn't light up equally, but Harrison interrupted him. Austin was being super respectful, and every time Harrison opened his mouth, Austin stopped mid-sentence.
Right. You know, like when you're watching like a game on TV, you know, back for those of us who used to think sports were real, like when you still thought sports were real, and you're like, he's open, throw it to him. Like I was like yelling at my phone, like the brightness, talk about the brightness.
Yeah, but let me just defend Austin. I think he did great being in that situation. Like I was watching that, and all I was saying was, thank God it's not me.
No, he did phenomenal.
I'm so glad he's on there and not me.
Right. He handled that as beautifully. I mentioned earlier when I first came on tonight, there's not a person on the planet I think we would all feel more confident having represent our position in a situation like that. It's like high pressure debate, and he just did wonderfully. So
one thing I think was shitty on their part, is they're putting up these stupid cartoons while he's talking.
Yeah,
you know, just like wait a minute. And I was texting with somebody in their office. I'm not going to say their name live here. Who I was like, what the fuck's going on with that? And they're like, oh, that's just B-roll. I'm like, that's bullshit. Take it off. And I thought that was stupid. But you know what would be kind of fun is like have Austin on there, and then have somebody like me or somebody else, Jaron, whatever, pulling up images while Austin's talking. So
perfect.
You know, just have like a 2-man team where we could bring up images, and
you
know, that's why, you know, he was having trouble screen sharing. They were on Skype. It was just like a bunch of nonsense.
He said they didn't allow him. He couldn't even see those images earlier. He couldn't even see them to respond to them.
Yeah. And that's what I was saying. I was like, I after the first break, I was like, you got to get another monitor so you can see what they're showing. And I think he did that after I said that, because you need to respond to, you know, they're making great arguments for flat Earth with these stupid images.
I sent him your sun fade out, and so you can come to Ether Cosmology channel on Discord, and we were all there, and we tried to send him stuff, and he at least managed to pull up the sun fade out, and then they told him that it's not working, but it did in the beginning. They just made it up.
That's why when I have my green screen, so whenever I'm on, they can't stop me from sharing, because my whole screen is sharing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey Dave, you mentioned the moon. What is your take on the moon? You take the position as like it's not solid, or it is solid?
Yeah, I don't
do after this. My bad. Go ahead.
I'll answer real quick. My position is I don't know, but if you ask me, I don't think it's a physical object, but I'm not standing on that. One, because it's not physical, I can't stand on it. But it sure has a lot of characteristics of not being a physical object. And you know, have you ever seen one of those little hologram mirrors? Like it's like a bowl of a mirror, and then you put another one over it, you put something in it, and then there's a hole in the top, and it makes a perfect hologram, like a 3D hologram above it. That's interesting. That's you know, maybe we're seeing the moon that kind of way, which is interesting. So I don't know what it is, but it ain't a rock 250,000 miles away with the sizes of the craters that they tell us. That's provable. Just like Starlink satellites, people are like, I saw Starlink. Wait a minute, at 7 miles away, you can barely see a 747 and you can't see its engines. Those engines are 10 times or 20 times bigger than a Starlink satellite that's 350 miles away. If you can't do the math on that, if you can't ruhif that, then, and understand why that's not possible, then I can't help you.
Hey, I just made a post a few minutes ago, about Flat Earth Friday, that just saying that, like, I and Dave and some others were on here, and look at the first reply. It says, "Why not talk about Professor Dave's new video? It's kind of long, but it completely destroys you flurfs."
Oh my God, the video is so stupid. I'm hoping that listen, I don't like.
I put it in the nest, by the way. If you want to see it, if y'all want to reply to him, I put it in the nest.
It would be great just to ignore it, but I think that Bruce should just go through it because it's literally nonsense after nonsense. But I will say, out of the 200, there might have been 5 that I have to agree with him on.
Yeah, we should ask Bruce. I'll message him if a few of us message him and ask him to do it. I'm sure he'll probably do it. Yeah, especially if he knows we're gonna help him out and promote it a bit. Get some eyes on it if he takes the time to go through it, because if it's a couple hours long and then he has to do his analysis, it's going to be
it's going to take him
5,
days.
6, 8 hours.
It's going to take him days to do it. Yeah. Days. So but
we need to encourage him.
It'll be worth it. But here's the problem, and it's definitely worth doing. But the normies that have no idea that we exist, that Flat Earth Fridays exist, that Flat Earth Dave exists, that Austin exists, they're going to find it. And then when we make our video, how are we going to get it to those normies? It's very difficult to get to them unless they're deeply into the research and can see us, because YouTube is promoting the crap out of that. And we can put it on Rumble, but are the normies going to find it on Rumble? Not as many will, that's for sure. But it'll get out there, and I think it's worth doing.
Yeah, his videos are like one of the number one things I respond to the people in my replies with, whether they're somewhat sincerely questioning something about whatever, or saying flat earthers are dumb, don't know this, that, or the other. One of the main things I reply to people with is videos of Bruce's, whether it's an actual just straight link to where he did a full analysis of a flat earth debate or something, or like when people say, reply to me and are like, what's it? Professor Dave destroyed flat Earth. Blah, blah. Like the first, I've made a clip where it's like just the end of where Bruce did his analysis of that, where it's like of you and Professor Dave, and he's basically just saying like Professor Dave got destroyed by Flat Earth Dave. And he's
that's the number one thing I get from his automaton NPC followers. They're like, Professor Dave, you mean Professor Dave destroyed you? And all I do is I just post Bruce's. I go just like this. I get destroy me like this, and I send them the video.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I do the same exact thing. Like I usually put I know most people aren't those kind of trolls aren't going to actually click a link and watch an hour. So I put a little, just the end of it, like a 2-minute little clip I made, and then I'll link the full thing.
Send me that link if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, I will.
Don't put it in the box, because I have no idea where the box is.
No, I'll send you on Telegram. I'll send you on Telegram.
Thank you.
Yeah, and not a Professor Dave. That you so active, stop ducking with it.
Yeah, he does. He doesn't talk to anybody live, right? Except when I did that debate with him, I actually went in thinking that he was a person that wanted to learn truth, and that was very naive on my part.
No, I mean, you go in there with good faith, right? Thinking that it's going to be something, and then it turned into a crash out.
Yeah.
Okay, now that we know what it is.
Yep.
Yeah. And he acknowledging the DMs too. So it's just like, bro, like, what are we doing? Why are you talking about Eric Dubé when this guy is challenging you in real time? Stop ducking, not Professor Dave.
Yep, the guy who hosted that, he's the guy who went to jail for a long time for selling ecstasy, right? Like the guy with the shaved head, he was in Arizona.
Who's that?
The guy who hosted the thing with you and Professor Dave.
Oh, you mean
the guy with the shaved head?
Yeah, I know that he had some criminal background, but I don't know the deal.
He's famous for being like a ecstasy kingpin in Arizona, and then going to
wow.
like prison for a long time. And then, but it's weird because he got really famous for that. Most of those guys don't get really well known, but he did like a bunch of interviews that got like a lot of coverage in like mainstream. And then like now he's got this big platform where he's like, you know, doing podcasts with
You
tons
got
of
all the
It's
tea.
really weird. Like why is that guy getting so much attention? It's really strange. Like
Matt's got all the tea.
yeah.
Stationary Saturday morning. What up, man? Episode 97. Appreciate y'all. Double head. Who's up next? I think it was Dr. Flat. Or was it? Yeah, I think it was 40. And then we're gonna go to In Perpetuity. And then we'll slide over to Flat, then Vodka. What up, 40?
Hey, real quick before we transition, I'm gonna hop off for a bit. I'm gonna leave and rejoin, or if you want to take my co-host, I'm gonna be a listener for a little bit. But
Appreciate you, Alan. Yeah, I don't even know how long we'll probably keep going this week, y'all. We probably give y'all another hour, but
see, my case in point, Alan is suffering from this show. He's been up all night. The guy's about to drop dead.
dude, it's my favorite part of the week. Though. I look forward
I
to
understand.
it all week.
I understand. I would have stayed up all night if I knew you guys came on. So thank God.
And Alan went hard too. He had this debate as well. I don't know if you've seen that, Dave. Did you see that?
Who did?
Alan had a debate with Toon.
I saw the thumbnail for it. I just couldn't bring myself to watch it. Is it worth watching? Do I need to watch it?
It was a cook up. And the way that Alan started out with the diss tracks and the stuff, oh, that was.
All right, I'll watch it because I love hearing Alan destroy people. So I'm in.
Yeah, McToon spiraled. He lost his mind. It was like, I mean, I think he's totally lost at this point. Like I think it was him finally just cracking and losing it. You have to see some of the clips of it. Like he lost he just started giggling like a maniac.
He did get hella giggly. Oh, you know what? I did kind of want to. Oh, I'm so tired that nah, fuck it.
Robot polisher for sure.
Okay.
Someone addressed also when MC Toon addressed claims with its line, like when I publish on Facebook the last debate from Witsit, it's always the Globus link this thing, but I can't start to watch this. He starts so rude, and I hate this behavior. So I don't know if you've talked about it, but it would be good to address. I ask the Globers then if there's any argument presented to me, but just don't link it here and make me watch the whole thing.
Okay, that's what's up. Is 40 still here?
Yeah, I'm still
Go
here,
ahead,
brother.
40, and then we'll go over to In Perpetuity. Go ahead.
Thanks, brother. I don't know if you realized 7 more Fridays, and it's a full 2 turns around grandfather's son. 2 years, 7 more Fridays. To anyone that's listening that doesn't believe that you can make a flat object sphere or circle or round, whatever you want to call it, grab a coin, a quarter, put it between your index finger, put it on an object, and give it a flick. Tell me what you see. Keep up the great work, Sacred and Proud. And Flat Earth, awesome. Keon, be interesting to speak to you of a different background. I'm just wondering what your nationality. It'd be interesting. Thanks, Sacred.
I'm West African.
So your First Nations and you're saying what you're saying. So you've been brainwashed or indoctrinated. You're not actually taught by your elders and from your own homeland of your ancestral ways going back beyond eons.
Like, you're talking about the flat Earth in specifically? to the Mayans and the Aztecs and all of that, the pharaohs, right? They're basically the same as ancient Egypt, which basically means that whoever was in ancient Egypt also went to the South America. You know, you can call them Atlanteans or Anunnaki, whatever you want to call them. You know, but it was the same civilization that went over there as well. And when I talk about aliens, that's literally aliens. So
Keon, let them aliens go, bro.
You know,
At least the ones from space.
but hey, listen, you know about the elongated skulls, pharaohs, right?
yeah, I do.
Okay. So as for now, we don't really know where they come from. I mean, some of them, you know, there are people that think they came from outside, but it could have been like another human species. But this was definitely not human beings. So technically, you can call them aliens.
100%. He's right about that. You know, the one thing in defense of aliens, Keon, that I kind of latch onto, and again, I don't know where they're coming from, but in the Sumerian texts, they talk about some of this stuff. But they don't really say space. They just kind of say from above coming down. So we don't know exactly where they are coming from. We just know they're coming from the sky.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So when they say we come from the heavens, very likely it's another star system.
What makes you say very
And
likely?
if you
See, that's the thing.
So you know the Giza Plateau with the three pyramids, they're aligned with the Orion's belt.
Yeah, they're actually not the only ones.
So
But yeah, I understand. Yeah, that doesn't mean we come from another place though, or that they came from another star system. That just means that they considered that important for some reason. We don't know the reasons, right? So it's a large jump to just say, yeah, they must have come from up there. So that's where but I believe something happened in the past where someone was coming down from somewhere. Yeah, 100% with you on that.
To think about this, let's say today, nobody knows about flat Earth, and let's say there's other lands beyond Antarctica, and an advanced race comes here, slightly different species or whatever, comes here, and they're like, well, we came from the outer space. Well, everyone's gonna be like, oh my God, you came from another planet. And that's the paradigm that they're looking at it. So whether the Dogon at that time believed the Earth was a globe, and that's how they interpret that story, if that story is true, and maybe it's true, they just came from the outer space here across the plane. That all makes sense. All of that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no evidence to suggest that of flat Earth.
There's no evidence that what?
To suggest that they literally say from outside in the text.
They say, what does it say exactly?
From the heavens.
The heavens.
Which means
the heavens. I define the heavens as the space beyond Antarctica.
Well, I define the heavens as the sky, but even so, like, Keon, imagine, okay, you lift off from where you are outside and you come in, people here are seeing you come from above.
From the heavens above.
From the heavens above, right? Depending on how high you were. So either way, there's no evidence for from outside, but there's also no evidence from another star system either.
But we know that having gas balls in a vacuum is not scientifically possible. So that kind of eliminates the idea of other planets. Now, if we live in an enclosed world, where on a level plane, that's more feasible. That's actually probable. And, traveling from one to the other makes actual sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not always what makes sense to us is the reality, right?
Are you
Right.
are you on the globe side? I'm just curious, or is it you just speaking from the Dogon?
He's a Globie.
He's a Globie. Okay,
He's
got
a
it.
Glober.
No worries.
What if well, obviously if you believe that things that you're talking about are from pre-flood, then that means you believe in the flood and you believe in civilization prior to the flood. So what if we were somehow capable of going extremely high before the flood? If not us, then someone, right? They were capable of like hanging out in the upper atmosphere while the Earth was going through this tumultuous pyramid period, and afterward descended. Now, did they come from a star system or did they just come from the heavens?
Yeah, these are mental gymnastics.
No, they're not. It's
No,
just as plausible as the other two.
I have a question when you after you answer that.
Go ahead.
My question is in space they tell us nebulas make stars and they're the star making factory, and my question is, in space, how much gas do you need? What volume of gas do you need before it collapses upon itself rather than fill the available space? How much gas is needed before it will collapse and make a star?
Yeah, yeah. He's definitely not ready for those mental gymnastics.
I mean, his world is mental gymnastics.
He,
I mean, gas violently fills the available space, except in space, where you have enough of it, it'll collapse and create a burning ball that never burns out. I mean, our sun, I think it burns 100 billion tons a second or a minute, whatever it is, but it never gets any smaller. Like, how much gas do you need to make one of the smallest stars in the galaxy? It's so stupid. Oh.
But can I ask you, Flat Earth Dave? Like, do you subscribe to that idea that I talked about earlier about the elongated called individuals?
I didn't hear what you talked about earlier. What was it?
You know, they have found elongated skulls right next to pyramids.
Yeah, I'm a believer that there are some other species that were here before, are still here now, that are underneath or beyond, but not from outer space.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's no evidence to suggest whether they're from here or from outside.
Okay,
right?
but let's look at the possibility of being from here, physically possible, and the possibility of gas balls creating suns, creating planets, floating in the space vacuum, which is scientifically impossible. So, hey, there's no evidence for either, but there's evidence that one of them is impossible.
And it was found on Earth.
Yeah, on Earth. It wasn't found in space.
Where does this?
Yeah, he keeps mentioning evidence for that. There's no evidence. Keon, there is no evidence for anything in space coming here. Like, there's no evidence of that. So why do you keep using evidence as your excuse here? It works both ways, brother.
Yeah, because in the text, they literally say from the heavens, which would translate to from space.
No, it doesn't. The heavens above. The heavens above. You can't get higher than like the highest we can get is like 20 miles. Right? So if something came in from above that, you could think it's from outer space. We're just saying, hey, maybe that's where they can get into our realm from that height. I don't know.
Yeah, you're not just saying outer space, Keon. You're saying outer space from a planet. You think that some aliens is on another ball or something like that. That's spinning somewhere.
And the distances of space, come on, the closest star is 25 trillion miles away. You can't even fathom what that number is. And they're gonna and that's if they're coming from the closest star. Dogon is way farther than that. Magnitudes farther.
They could travel all that distance and then crash land on Earth.
Yeah.
We get the landing techniques right, though.
Yeah, how fast does their spaceship go? Or he does want to do mental gymnastics, but in his world, anyone that travels from somewhere else gets to fold space and time, because they realize even if they had a ship that goes 100,000 miles an hour, it would take 28,000 years to get to the closest star, which is a fraction of the distance of the next closest star. So it's it's mental gymnastics. That, you know what? I figured out that's why I'm so exhausted all the time. It's because I keep thinking about the globe, and it's just mentally exhausting.
Okay, flat Earth, let me ask you this. So do you think in 1,000 years' time we have different physics than the one we have today?
Different physics, like fundamental laws of physics, like gas of filling available space. There's no evidence of that.
So you think in 1,000 years' times, like we have the same physics we have
So
today?
in 1,000 years of time, do I think gas will violently fill the available space? Yes, but I have no proof of that, other than all of history and all of physics for as long as we've ever known has done it. So I don't believe it will
No,
change. I mean, listen, I'm
just
sorry. This is mental gymnastics that it's going to go nowhere.
no, I'm just saying, like, because we travel linearly, right? But there's other ways to travel. That's what I'm trying to say.
Prove it.
If you
Prove it.
advance
What other
enough,
ways to travel?
Prove
Tell
it.
me. Folding of space time. I'm a fan of that. A wormhole. We're gonna make a wormhole so we can just go across the galaxy.
Flat Earther, hold on
Sorry.
there.
Crashing.
Keon.
Come on.
Keon.
well, are you a religious flat earther, Dave?
Religious? No, I'm pretty scientific, and yeah, I have a belief in in spirituality, but I'm not religious for sure.
Like, are you like a Christian?
I don't like to answer that question. I'm not religious. I do not go. I go by my relationship with the Creator, which is personal to me.
There you go.
Okay. No, because I'm saying, like, there's evidence everywhere that whoever was in the Bible, Quran, or the Torah, they were flying in the flying machines.
So
not only them, in the Indian scriptures as well.
yeah, we have flying machines. I believe there used to be Brahmanas and all sorts of wild flying machines, but beyond the airships that we're just kind of learning about. But we have flying machines now. Doesn't mean we're going to other planets.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, you still ain't defend the globe at all, Keon. Come on, man. We tagging you in like Alex Jones. Anyway, let's get to the hands.
I mean, listen, this is an everlasting debate. I realize that. So
You're a flat earther,
like,
Keon.
I won't be.
You just want aliens from other planets. Other than that, you're a flat earther.
He won't be a
No,
flat
but
earther because I had a back and forth with him before, and he will hand wave dismiss. You'll get him to a point where you give him evidence and he's like, no, I don't believe that.
Because he's smart enough not to say something fallacious, so he just doesn't say anything because he knows
No,
that.
he literally just said, no, I don't believe that. Like that's it. Like it's hand wave dismissal. He won't face the truth on it, so he can't be a flat earther.
I love when Globers say, flat earthers, you'll never change your mind. No, we all changed our mind. It's the Globers that won't change their mind.
no, but
I was a
so here's the
Marvel
thing,
loving
right?
Glober, bro.
No, but here's the thing. So, like, a couple months ago, I used to believe the moon landing and Mars and all of that. But I came to this very space, and I, told Sacred, Proud, and other people that I did not believe the moon landing. So, I'm able to
Very
change my
good.
mind.
Awesome. Awesome. Can we get a round of applause?
I'm just saying, like, I'm flexible. Like, I can change my mind.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Closet flat earther, man. He right there.
So I'll add on to my other question. How much gas does it take to collapse into a star? So my other question is, how much time does it take for the laws of physics to reverse?
I can tell you right now, the physics that we have, like the real knowledge of physics, have been gatekept.
But how much time will it take before gas doesn't expand into the available space?
I don't know that.
Good answer. Well, it's a crappy answer, actually. The answer is no amount of time because it's never going to happen. But time will tell, I guess. Good.
Yeah. So
Dave is referring to
do
actual
you
physics,
think
but y'all got to appeal to relativity and all of that. That's a whole different thing, brother.
Let's see how honest he is, right? Okay, Keon, you've been in this space a number of times, so you are familiar with the interferometry argument, yes?
I'm not gonna get into that one.
See,
That's it?
mental gymnastics,
I
man.
told you. I told you.
Hell,
You gotta
man,
know what's up. You gotta know what's up. That's why he over here.
That's a great strategy, man. Not going to get into that. Anything that'll destroy your argument, not going to get into that. I'm not going to get that.
He's too smart for that. He like, nah, y'all not gonna get me on.
Yeah.
Nope.
You notice flat earthers don't have to say that. We don't ever have to say that because we have answers for most things. But I don't want to get into that. What's curvature? I don't want to get into that. Here, I got one. I brought this up the other day, and I haven't heard many people talk about it. Did I talk about it last time? I think I did. Was it here where I talked about the orbits of the planets?
Maybe. You guys remember?
So the planets are orbiting the sun. Oh no, it wasn't here. All right. So Keon is the glober. Is that your name, Keon?
Yeah.
All right. So Keon, I'm going to ask you some questions, and I might get some things wrong. So the moon orbits the Earth, correct? And the other planets also orbit the Earth. Yeah. They orbit the sun. Okay. So we orbit the sun and the other planets orbit the sun. Great. So the reason we see all the stars circle around Polaris is because the stars are circling Polaris, or is it that we're spinning? Which one is it?
I mean,
we're spinning. So we're spinning. So our axis of rotation is pointing towards Polaris. That's why it remains stationary. And because we're spinning, it looks like all the other stars are spinning around Polaris, but in reality, they're not. Is that correct? I'm looking for an answer. Did we lose them?
Processing.
It's pretty basic. It's pretty basic.
What's the point?
I'm getting all your questions, Keon.
Yeah, just
want to hear nothing else. Go ahead.
Listen. So it's because we're spinning that makes the stars appear to be spinning. So the imaginary axis of the Earth going up into the sky points almost directly to Polaris. So do the other planets spin? Okay. Yeah. And does their axis of rotation point towards the same place we do, or they point toward different random spots in the sky? The second answer is the real one. So like Saturn's axis of rotation, does it point to the same spot in the sky, or does it point someplace completely different? If you want to refer to your solar system map, you can see that the axis of Saturn kind of points towards the sun, and the axis of the rotational axis of other planets all point in all different directions. Can we agree on that? They're not the same. They're not the same as the Earth. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, but like, what do you actually mean?
I'm almost there. Just hang tight. Hang tight. So the Earth is wobbling, and 2,000 years ago, we didn't point towards Polaris. We pointed towards Thuban or some other star. Do you agree with that?
Yeah,
I actually don't know that. I don't know that.
So do you agree that the Earth is wobbling like mainstream science tells us? All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's spinning on itself and it's orbiting
very
the
good.
sun.
So if our axis of rotation changed like 45 degrees in another direction, would we still be orbiting the sun?
Well, did it change?
No, if we just tilted the Earth, does it affect the other planets or our orbit? I don't. My answer is no. It doesn't affect anything else. We would just be pointing towards a different star, and all of the stars would appear to rotate around that new point of axis because we're spinning. Right? You with me? I think we agree on this. So my question is, this is my point is, why do all of the other planets circle Polaris? They all, and comets and asteroids and planets all circle around Polaris. Why is Polaris at the center of all of their orbits? I thought the sun was.
I actually don't know.
Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. Welcome to Flat Earth, geocentric Earth with Polaris at the center of everything. Everything orbits around Polaris. That makes zero sense. You know what? This is a special Flat Earth Fridays because this is the day you're going to say, okay, Earth is flat.
Not really. I've been coming here for a year.
So it's never going to happen. Sorry.
Never.
All right, guys, what do you guys think about that? All of the planets circle around Polaris. That makes no sense. 2,000 years ago, when the Earth's orbit was pointing towards another star, does that mean all of the planets were going around that star, or would they always go around Polaris and we just happen to live in a coincidental time that we're pointing towards the center? Why would they even go around Polaris if they're orbiting the sun?
Right. It makes sense if you're on a plane and the sun is orbiting above you and also orbiting around
Polaris. Yeah. Everything goes around Polaris. Everything. I think that is like one of the strongest and easiest evidences of flat Earth.
Definitely geocentrism.
Yeah. How can you explain it in a heliocentric model? How can the other planets that are orbiting the sun all be orbiting Polaris? How is that possible?
Yeah, and if they were orbiting both, for example, they would have these weird. They would have really weird orbits, because they would have they would have two different kind of orbits. They would have the one major orbit around Polaris, but then they would have the one orbit around the sun for all the planets.
I'm sorry, I can't follow those mental gymnastics.
Yeah, it's relative.
Are you guys thinking about that? I mean, to me, how come? I think that's like an undeniable evidence, proof, if you will.
Come on, man. We got math for that.
Yeah, we got math. Ruhib's calculating away right now.
I think that's one of the keys to the triangle and the pyramid. That's huge in trying to understand how all them orbits are working.
Yeah,
they all direction of frequency.
Keep that in your mind. Everything orbits Polaris, even friggin' Halley's Comet. Okay, everything orbits Polaris. Bizarre.
I'm definitely making a clip of that last couple minutes. That's definitely going to be clipped up first.
Well, everything revolves around Polaris except us, because we're watching everything revolve around Polaris.
I'm sorry, I can't follow those mental gymnastics. I'm gonna steal. I'm stealing his line, by the way. I'm gonna steal that.
May I for a second, please? May I interrupt?
Come on, how you gonna interrupt and ask if you can interrupt and then be quiet?
I'm waiting. I never heard nothing back.
Man, go ahead, 40. Then we go get to the hands up.
He was being polite.
Come on, 40.
Well, since he's not going to jump in, hey guys, I will. This is in perpetuity. D. I just got to say this. This first 8, and by the way, this is literally the very first spaces I've ever done, but I wanted to pop in here and tell Flat Earth Dave, Sacred, Matt, and a few of you others how much I appreciate you guys. Let me introduce myself a little bit. I'm 59, almost 60 years old. I've been a flat earther for 25 years.
Wow.
And I've been booted off of so many platforms and social medias in the last 15 years. Well, ever since Obama rolled on the scene and I started hammering his ass on Facebook and stuff. But anyway, big shout out, props to you, Dave. Flat Earth Dave, you have done so much for the flat earth community and spirituality and just waking people up, sacred, and obviously Dubai, and going back to Skiba and on and on.
Bro, I love Skiba, man.
Oh yeah, man. The Godfather. And there's even some before them. But you guys, just talk about mental gymnastics, man. This is why I don't get involved in much anymore, is because I'm a knower, I'm a seer. I mean, there is no doubt for a critical thinking, reasonable, smart man or woman that the earth is flat, stationary, non-rotating. I mean, our education system has jacked so many minds up over the years like this. I mean, just listening the last 5-10 minutes of you guys, this guy that's arguing with you guys, holy shit, how dumb you got to be. I mean, just accept it. I mean, the simple thing I look at, I've known the earth is
I wouldn't call Keon dumb. He honest about a lot of things. That's why
yeah. I get it, but it's back to that.
I'm fighting for you, Keon.
I don't have the patience for it like you guys do, and that's what I really want to let you guys know. You guys have been patient trying to help these people see, and I've enjoyed listening to you guys, especially you, Dave. What you and Dubai have done for the flat earth community and waking people up. So big shout out. This is the first time I've ever had a chance to actually talk to you live. So I was trying to get to the Vegas flat earth convention back last summer, and had some stuff come up, couldn't make it, but I was hoping to maybe run into you there, shake your hand, and tell you thank you for everything you've done. But
I appreciate that. And you said a moment ago, for any critically thinking, intelligent person can figure out the earth is flat. I think you should change that to anybody with more than 2 brain cells should be able to figure it out.
100%, bro. I mean,
you got one, man. Come on, Keon. You got 2 up there.
I mean, it happened.
I think it's a push with Keon. I think he has 2. All right, so it's a push.
Right.
It's a push.
Yeah.
No offense, Keon. No offense. Just joking.
But yeah, I mean, it happened for me so fast when because you go through life, you're just doing your the growing up, and then you never really think about it, right? I mean, I was in high school in the 80s, and I'd graduated college, University of Utah, shout out, in 1988. And, I was a athlete, playing ball, chasing women, drinking beer. So I never even thought about any of this shit. Anyway, finally ran into a good, smart woman, a spiritual lady. And I made the comment to her, we were out freaking, I was trying to get me some. And I was making small talk. And I said, boy, isn't it amazing that we actually landed on that moon? It was night, full moon. And she looks at me and she goes, wait a minute. She goes, you think we landed on the moon? And I'm like, well, yeah. I think I was like 26, 27, something like that. And I'm like, well, yeah, don't you? And she started laughing at me. And she's like, dude, I thought you were smarter than that. That's why I'm kind of hanging out and dating you. And I'm like, what are you talking about, woman? She's like, nobody's ever been to the moon. They didn't land on the moon. And I'm like, okay, this woman's crazy. anyway, her and I sit on this freaking canal road staring at a full moon on a beautiful summer night. And she's like, think about it, stupid. And so anyway, she's the one that woke my ass up to all this. But
I love that.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Oh yeah. And but so her and I sat there, and she was we were just talking about all this, about and in a matter of about I'd guess 2 hours, it just hit me like a ton of bricks. It was like, holy shit, she's right. And it's, of course, it makes sense. I was a flat earther in a matter. I went from being basically just a dumbass chasing tail one night at a Glober, or it would just not paying any attention to it, too involved with everything else. And the next thing I know, I mean, literally a couple hours, I'm now a flat earth knower. And it rocked my world.
So you don't have to answer this. Did you get some?
Yeah, baby.
All right, good.
Damn right. Yeah, and I married her ass. And we've been together for 27 years.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
You bet.
Yeah. So which one you think is bigger, aliens or flat earth?
Say that again. What do I think is bigger?
Yeah, like in terms of like a reality shock.
Like popularity, or what do you mean?
Like which one will shock you the most, aliens or flat earth?
Well, there's, just like Dave and them were talking about earlier, aliens that we've been told don't exist. There's demons and there's people from other realms. But I'm 100% everything Dave talks about. I mean, if you want to know my thoughts, what Dave, Dubay, Sacred, Witsit, all, those are, I mean, they've got it. They've got it figured out. Especially Dave. On the spirituality part, I'm right with Dave on the spirituality part of it. 100% in tune with that. So, I mean, pretty much my thinking is Dave's thing. I think exactly the same way as Dave does. I've been following him for since he was first promoting his kick-ass app. I've had his app since probably one of the first 100, 200 subscribers to his app.
Awesome, dude. FlatEarthDave.com. Anyone that's listening that doesn't know.
Oh yeah,
FlatEarthDave.com.
It's Dave. That app and what you've done is just. I mean, you have no idea how much you're doing for reality. I mean, I think you do.
I actually I see it, but it's bigger than I even realize. And
dude,
I'm just doing my best, man. But when I get these letters from people, I save all the emails I get, like, hey, your app saved me. I met my wife. I have kids
100%.
now. I was a drug addict. I was an alcoholic. I was depressed, and now I've lifted out of it. And then I get the Glober emails. You're a piece of shit. You live in your mother's basement. And I save all of these because I'm going to make a book with the right page is a flat earth comment and the left page is a Glober comment. And it's going to put it together. I think it's going to be hysterical.
Dude, in my town, I'll just tell you this, Dave. I live
a sacred brother.
If anybody wants to talk to me, let's try to get him in now.
All right. Well, this is in perpetuity. I'm out. Nice meeting y'all. Y'all rock.
Hey, man, thanks. A great call. And I appreciate people like you. And, keep up. Let's all spread truth. I think we're at critical mass right now where everyone just needs to just try to talk to one person a week, a day, an hour, whatever you're up for. And I think we're at that hockey stick curve, that the whole world's going to wake up. I think very, very soon.
Amen, brother.
Cheers. Love to meet you in
Flat
person,
Earth,
man.
Yeah, for sure. We will someday.
Flat Earth.
Peace out.
Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, you too, man.
Wait till
welcome
most of
back next
society
week, man.
realize the ability. Hey, flat earther, wait till the rest of society realize the abilities that they have inside themselves. That's when the game changes.
That's what I was telling you. That's what I talk about every time. I agree.
Yeah, dope. Does anybody have anything for Dave while we have him for the last 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah, I got a question for him. Can I go ahead?
Go ahead, Keith.
As long as it's not mental gymnastics, man. Go ahead.
No. So, of course, let's say flat Earth is a conspiracy.
Oh,
Right?
Lord.
Which
That's
are
why I
the
bow out.
Hold on. Let me ask a question. Which other conspiracy do you subscribe to?
Which other deception do I subscribe to? I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy analyst. Like, you know, if we looked at 9/11, the official story is, by definition, a conspiracy theory because there's zero evidence of it. What exactly happened? Well, it wasn't the official story. So, sure, I buy into that. Analytical look at what actually happened, and I don't buy into the conspiracy theory that the mainstream news purports. So, you know, there's a lot of deception in this world.
And just a follow up, would you say flat Earth is the highest?
Well, flat Earth is the one that changes you. Like I used to have a podcast called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, and three things that I went over, and I'll just say them in YouTube speak, is the thing that happened in Boston at the running event, the thing that happened at the school in Connecticut and New York, and I called that exposing the big three because the amount of evidence showing that the official story is complete and total hogwash is overwhelming and undeniable. So I wake people up to that. And I was like, okay, you're now awake. But then they just go back to sleep. A lot of them go back to sleep. Some of them wake up, but they go back to sleep. They're like, well, you know, the administration was responsible for letting this happen, and you know, blah 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 blah, and whatever. Or the people that did it, you know, they're gonna be gone. They've retired. They've died. Whatever. And then they literally go back to sleep. But when you wake up to flat Earth, there's no putting it down. That's why people stay up all night to listen to this show, right? When you wake up to flat Earth every single day while you're sleeping and while you're waking, you're always thinking about it because it changes the foundation of the world that you're on. It changes the way your mind thinks and projects energy. It changes your physical reality. So flat Earth is the biggest, but there are other mind-blowing deceptions out there like our fake history. Look at the world that was here 150, 200 years ago is way more advanced than we are now. So you want to call that a conspiracy? I just call that a fact because there's evidence for it. So as far as the most important one, the foundation of all the other lies is the globe. That's the foundation that lets them get away with all of their nonsense. So there you go.
Right. Yeah, I disagree. But
of course you disagree. Of course. Amazing. You're the nicest Clover I've spoken to.
Keon, Sacred, may I ask Keon something?
Yeah, 40, you say you want to ask a question?
Please do not take this the wrong way. Unjiginum in my language means my brother. But it seems that in us grassroots First Nations, Ill News, and Inuit and First Nations people from where I'm from on Turtle Island, you're 100% fully assimilated. Please understand what I'm trying to say to you. One of the biggest or hardest, I guess, learnings or teachings is humility of the seven sacred teachings. We're born with 2 ears, 1 mouth. I've been listening to you, and that's why I asked you a while back, and Sacred let me stay up here. I asked you what was your nationality, what was your ancestral, and where you came from. But I've been yet to hear you speak of anything of your true history and ancestral ways before written man, scriptures, books that everyone's been indoctrinated and brainwashed to believe. And if anyone thinks that I'm talking utter bullshit, you better get your popcorn ready because you only experienced in the last 3 or 4 years a minute portion of what's to come. Unfucking believable, Sacred. It's beyond flat. Flat's my brother. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. The problem with society is they don't want to believe the truth because they don't want their illusions destroyed. Because they don't want to hurt their own inner peace or their moms or dads or grandmas. Anyone, and that was sacred. I'm going to go to listener for a minute because I got to go roll a couple. Shut up,
Bro,
40.
you're stuck in your
What people
beliefs.
don't. Hold on. No, hold on. Anyone in what we call society today that still is feeding the system that believes in these Western holidays that came here, like Christmas and Valentine's Day and Easter and blah 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 blah. That's the system that everyone's fallen for. Do people understand what I just said to you and each and every one of you? And please, don't take me the wrong way. Each and every one of my brother and sister. You're not understanding. The indoctrination's been 531 years in counting.
I agree.
But most of society don't want to listen. That's the sad part.
Yeah, what you're saying about the holidays and stuff, yeah, I believe that's part of the system. So, what flat earthers do is we kind of disconnect from the system. People are realizing all the bullshit and unplugging from feeding this matrix. So, again, once you put yourself at the center of creation and ground yourself to the flat earth, I think everything changes, including the way your reality manifests.
Absolutely, flat. 1 second, Sacred. What's a lot of people in this so-called system that we're listening to the speakers don't realize? Anyone that has in their pocket a driver's license or a baptism or a social insurance number, or they have some sort of
Dude, you're assuming flat earthers don't know all this stuff, bro. You're doing a lot. You're doing a lot of assuming.
1 second. I don't assume nothing. I'm speaking what a lot of people don't realize, that anyone that carries or is in possession of what I just spoke about is wards of the state. And everybody don't understand about the system.
All legit flat
it's not
earthers
the system
know
of
all this
what's
stuff,
this land.
dude.
1 second. No, you're not under. I didn't say none did. Please listen for a second. There's people in this space that need to hear what I just said. I've looked through. There's some amazing people in here. Great listeners. And that's the whole thing. What makes a great space is the listeners. Anyone that holds or possesses a piece of ID, driver's license, birth certificate, social insurance number, that you've gone to a hunting, fishing license, you've actually signed and give full consent to your rights to what we call freedom and roam. Because now you have to abide by the system that was implemented. Do you see what I'm trying to say? It's interesting that a lot of people don't want to listen. That I'm trying to help people.
Dude, I've been a state
What most of
national
society
for
is getting
15 years.
We are born natural energy human. All energy. Anyone that's in speaker mode or anybody's listening, do you actually know who your creator is? Your actual creator is your mom and your dad.
I think I'm picking up your vibes. You're a flat earther. You just don't want to accept it.
Actually, no, I'm not a flat earther. I'm a Mi'kmaq First Nations New Indian from what you call Mi'kmaqi. And what we are experiencing is just a physical realm. Most people don't understand, or have never probably been to the spirit world, and probably don't see something, because most of society, this is where it's going to hurt. Sacred, may I say this? A lot of people are speaking from a Western lens, a Western society that is not original to this land. People don't want to listen and learn. Let's help each other. Let's be honest with each other.
Hey, I got a question for you. Earlier, you were talking about spirits and aliens that were coming down. Were you talking about the Duatha Dudanan?
I spoke earlier about the star people.
Right. Is that all? I think the Duatha Dudanan is, there's different names, identifiers of those celestial beings. Your Celtics, your Norse, they refer to them as the Duatha De Danann, but I think it's pretty much the same celestial bodies and spirits, and you know, basically higher functioning societies from outer space. Yeah, read up on the Duatha De Danann and see if there's any crossovers with who you're referring to.
Well, that would be, to be honest, sorry to interrupt, but that would be for any what you call Western society, religions, beliefs, or whatever. Because if you're talking about outer space, I guess your God or whatever you may think of told whatever and did whatever, and now there's shut up, 40. I'll hold my breath sacred.
Hey, let me jump in real quick. I get you, man. I see where you're coming from. I've got a lot of Native American friends and even some adopted family that are natives, and I know the spiritual side. I've done the peyote and the white buffalo trips with a couple of good friends, so I get you, brother. But the people that are here, the true flat earthers, they're on that spiritual highway that you're talking about. The good ones, the ones that are doing all the good work here, they're on that same spiritual path that you're talking about. They truly are. I am. But the earth's flat.
Then what comes after that once you find it out?
Once you find out what?
That the earth is flat.
Well,
it opens your eyes.
If it's flat, that goes against what the heliocentric model says, right? Following. So it couldn't be a ball flying through space. Therefore, everything what we see above is actually pointing to us being in the center, at least on one end, right? That would put us in more of a kind of a special position. So, go ahead. You have a question?
Yeah. So what's after that once you realize that we
when you realize that you're at the center and that we are in a special position, and you get off their fake ball field, you can stop abiding by their rules, and we take back our power. All of the flat earthers are slowly and quickly, well, slowly and quickly, that's kind of opposite, but are all disconnecting from the system. We realize, hey, that rule is a stupid rule and we don't have to pay attention to it. And we're literally disconnecting from the system on all different levels, taking our power back. And then when you understand that your thoughts create your reality, look at your life, look at your thoughts, it created your life. Your thoughts create your life. So when you take them out of being restricted in that ball and expand them through from a very powerful point, everything changes in your life. Everything, your ability to manifest your hopes and dreams, and to, most flat earthers, if not all, are much kinder people. They're kind and they're charitable and they're helpful, even if they don't have extra resources. They share, and they treat humans the way humans should be treated. So
absolutely,
what comes next is your ability to understand your true power and take back our world. So we are all in a prison. The ball is a prison, right? And we're being steered by the news, which is an acronym for North, East, West, South, steering your mind. The government is controlling your mind, govern the mind. And when you realize that the government is a fiction and everything else, that you have the true power that the Creator gave us when we were when we came to be in this place, everything changes. So to say what difference does it make or what comes next, everything comes next. Everything. But you can't do it if you're spinning out of control, lost in space in a mental gymnastics universe.
100%. Amen.
Yeah.
Hallelujah. Well spoken.
To add on to that, Keon, what it does, right, is it changes your perspective. Okay, so in your perspective, the entire reason you're asking that question, like, okay, well, what next? Like, what is the tone there is like, well, what importance does it bear on our existence, right? So when you're in like an atheist perspective and you're flying around in infinite space and nothing is important, everything happened on accident, and you're lucky to be alive and you're lucky that you're here, and there's probably a gazillion other worlds where other things exist but we can never get to them, and no one's reaching out to us, and everything's just like, okay, well, all right, well, none of that really affects me. But if you're in the center and there's obviously a reason that you're here, all right, whether you understand that reason or not is, nobody really knows what happens after death, right? But there's a reason you're here. You can call it God created you. I don't, but many people do. But what I acknowledge is that there's definitely an order to it all. And that order comes from something. And scientifically, that order comes from whatever information is creating the electromagnetic spectrum that then propagates everything else. If you're at the center of all of that, then you kind of stop asking, okay, well, what next? It's just, okay, this is important. My life is important. What I'm doing is important, even if it's just important to me. What it is, I'm important somehow, some way.
You flirts just want to feel special. That's why you're doing all this. Right? No, that's not the case at all, but it's not bad understanding that we are special. It's not bad at all. It's actually a good thing. Imagine being special and not knowing it. I mean, that's the life of a glober.
Yeah.
So you guys are saying if I live on a globe, then I cannot feel special?
No, you can feel special, but you are limiting yourself. Like if you lived in a building that was 1,000 miles long by 1,000 miles wide and 350 stories tall, and you were never allowed to go beyond, within a mile of the outer wall, are you special? Okay. Well, because that's a prison. That's a prison. There's more. There's more beyond, that is, what difference does it make? People say, what difference does it make? So if you're on a ball, you can live a pretty good life, but you're never going to realize your full potential. Your mind is limited, and your mind is amazing. Our minds are way beyond our what we understand them to be. They literally create manifestations. Our thoughts create reality. Just look at your life. Everything good, everything bad in your life comes from the way that you think and the things that you do. So what difference does it make? It makes all the difference in the world. Everything. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, I would feel more imprisoned in an enclosed space in the middle of nowhere.
You're in an enclosed space. You're in a ball in the middle of nowhere. Okay, you're on a ball. Hey, I got to wrap it up. I got a question.
It's not enclosed because we have other
other.
And we have space,
Bro,
we have other
you're
star systems,
yeah,
galaxies.
You can't realize how special of a tool you are in this planet if you think you're spinning. You have to be stationary. You're an electrical walking tool, whether you believe in God or not. You're that special of a creator.
I got a question for you. In our solar system, there's nebulas. I think it's the Crab Nebula that we were all shown in school, and that's where stars are made. Do you believe in all of that?
Yeah.
Okay. So in space, in the vacuum of space, we have the nebula is made of dust and gas. So now we have dust and gas in a vacuum. And then this gas, I guess we have enough gas, you still haven't told me how much we need, starts collapsing and creating a star. And then it spits that star out like a ping pong ball machine. and then that star parks itself somewhere in the arm of the galaxy, while the gas continues to collapse upon itself and make other stars. Okay, this is your excuse me, mental gymnastics world that I don't live in. Okay, I don't live in that, and excuse me, I'm still losing my voice. The it's where physics have changed. I guess physics have changed right now, because if you live there now, all of physics have changed, because gas and dust in a vacuum don't create stars that go wander and find their spot. If it was going to collapse, the entire thing would collapse upon itself and make a giant star. But for some reason, it makes thousands and millions of stars. Where's this? What is going on there? That's mental gymnastics. That's, the last thing. The heliocentric model has stuff that is so ridiculous that most minds go, I just can't figure that out. And I have a new t-shirt, by the way. It's in my t-shirt shop. Check it out. It's right at the top of the page. It's called "You're Not Stupid, It's Stupid." And it's got the globe on it. Okay? Because that's what people do. They're like, they hear this heliocentric nonsense. I call it the helio-nonsensical system. And they go, I don't understand that. I got to trust a guy with a pocket protector on and the bow tie. He's got to tell me, because I'm not smart enough. No, you're not stupid. It's stupid.
I got a question for you, Keon. Do you believe in consciousness?
No, totally. That's actually my God, my definition of God.
Okay. Now, do you believe that consciousness has a hand in creating what we call the universe?
It created it.
Okay. So, as you asked me earlier, can you feel special on a ball flying through space? Yes, absolutely. But now I want you to imagine it from the perspective of consciousness creating everything, right? If consciousness is creating everything and it creates this vast, basically emptiness, and puts you on one ball flying around, and it's all evolution, and you just happened to work yourself together to become human, that's one way of looking at things, right? Then the other way of looking at things is whatever this consciousness is, it created everything revolving around your location, and you are on the one place where we find life, because we haven't found life anywhere else, really, right? So
Technically, we did. We
you
did.
you can call like little bacteria life. I agree. If they did do that, but you're saying, you don't believe that they ever went anywhere. So if you're you got to make up your mind, man. They
No
they
bacteria,
either
right?
went there, right, or they didn't, right? So the pictures are either fake or they're real, right? So if they're real, then yes, they went there and they collected stuff and they found, some bacteria or something, right? But nothing like Earth so far.
On
So
Devon Island.
So if we haven't found it, that means it does
that's
not
not the
exist,
point.
right?
Listen to what I'm saying. So if we're in the center, even if we do find something else, right? It's not in the center. Everything above us is going around Polaris, circling above us, right? We're not circling around all of them. They're all circling around all of us. And if there's consciousness that created everything and it put you at that one place that everything is circling around, I think that does mean you're a little important. And what we do here is important. Why? Don't ask me. I have no idea. There's a lot of theories and religious books on that topic, right? But there's a reason for this. Whereas the other way, there is no real reason other than happenstance, chance, particles bumping into one another. Feel me?
Yeah, because the reason why you said that there's nobody elsewhere is because you don't believe in aliens. That's why.
No, we just haven't
But
found any. Like I said, there could be. Again, there.
we actually did, though.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we actually did.
You know something we found that was from another planet? I'd love to hear about that.
Yeah, so there are materials that have been recovered and where the high isotopes levels are definitely not from Earth. That's one. And we know that the UFOs that we see flying around is not government assets. We know
You
that.
know that?
Yeah, we
Who's
know that.
we?
The people that subscribe to aliens.
Okay.
Bro, you got
Okay.
a turd in your pocket, man.
Nah, I'm with you. I'm with you though. I respect that. However, like I said, even if there are aliens, it doesn't change the fact that everything in the sky is circling around us or above us.
There's no evidence for
What do you
that though.
mean?
That's an assumption.
No, it's not an assumption.
What?
Watch star trails, brother. Watch star trails. Go on Google,
Dude,
go on YouTube
I'm
right
bored
now.
with this peon.
I know it's he he is kind of rough sometimes, man. Like getting through. I ain't gonna lie.
So,
Man,
Keon,
go look at YouTube
what?
and look up star trails real quick, bro, and then come back and tell me that everything's not circling above us, please.
Why are aliens exclusive to space? And how do you know all these isotopes are definitely not from here? What's the baseline on that? How you knowing this?
Because the levels are
How do you
different
know?
from.
Levels from what? How do you know?
They compare it to what we have on Earth, and it's different.
How do you know though? What are you comparing it to?
To the things we have on Earth.
Exactly. Everything's on Earth. What are you comparing it to say it's not from Earth?
You're comparing it to the things on Earth, and you're seeing that they're not from Earth.
How do you know that? What's your
Yeah, you found them on Earth though, right?
You found them on Earth. You're comparing. You took tests, so you say this is what we got on Earth. What is your
A
comparison?
lot of people in this space, and this Keon is freaking.
Anybody? All right,
Yeah,
don't
let someone
vodka,
else talk. This
vodka.
Keon's freaking boring me to death.
All right, vodka. What up? Well, do you want to speak about something, brother? The board guy.
Well, I just want to say, alien doesn't necessarily mean anything from space. It just means not from around here, and they're actually called extraterrestrials. And Terra is land, so they're extra people from extra land. And there's a theory, if you want to call it that. I mean, there's evidence from, say, Captain Cook about extra lands, the ice wall and such. So alien just means not from here. They could be coming from over there. I mean, we literally call people from other countries that come in.
Nicholas has had his hands up for a long time, turning purple. What do you got, Nicholas?
Can you?
He was speaking. Can you hear him?
I don't think.
No, I'm not hearing anything. It was dead silent.
Oh, all right. I see. You're gonna. I think
Who's
you're gonna have
that?
to drop down
Perpetuity?
and come back.
Yeah.
Perpetuity. I'm gonna drop you down, and we got some requests anyway, so we're gonna rotate the mic.
I have a request.
Hold on one second. We're gonna let Cage finish.
But yeah, I mean, it just means from not around here, and there's nothing that's exclusively means it has to come from outer space. Not to mention, man. Hey, do you believe in evolution, Keon? Are you a subscriber to evolution?
Partly.
What do you mean partly? This is an all or nothing, man. You either believe it or you don't. Partly.
No, I think we had like our ancestor, like Homo habilis, Homo erectus, but I think we had something in the past. Somebody had to intervene to go from Homo erectus to
Do you
Homo
think
sapiens.
life started in a primordial goose and some salamander that had fish gills jumped out and somehow toughed it out and grew some lungs?
I don't know about that actually. I don't know what to believe about that, but I think our
Anyway,
ancestors.
if you believe in evolution, look how long it took us to figure out how to get opposable thumbs and play Atari games and kind of somewhat get out to space if we can remember to not burn up the tech. to get back out there and land on these crazy moon rocks and stuff. But but if we say we got aliens and stuff, that means they've already developed interstellar travel, and they're saying that I mean, when did these guys evolve? You know, I mean, did the universe just automatically create, and these guys were just boom there, and they just started evolving because they also got evolved. They went through our awkward stage we're going through right now. They probably lost some technology too, and couldn't get back to their stuff like that. And then they figured it out. You know, it's made space trillions of miles, man, light years, bro. I mean, Polaris is like 450 light years. I think the closest star system we got is like 4 light years away. That's 24 trillion miles, bro. And they are not even there. So they got to be further than that. So they managed to get over here. So they had to evolve either super fast or the universe is, you know, older than the 25 billion years that they're telling us. And that's amazing in itself. But you know, and again, you know, Dave, Flat Earth Dave over there, he keeps on bringing up how much gas and heat we gotta, you know, collect together and it implodes. And why didn't that crap just turn into one big giant star, man? That's like, how do you spit and then how to go out there and stop with no medium?
Cage, let me ask you this. So, if you think about civilization, right? It's like probably like 8,000 years, if we consider from the flood. So imagine what we'll be able to do in like let's say 5,000 years. Like just imagine they were like a million years. Just imagine.
I'm asking you to talk about this, how these people evolved and got space travel. And
yeah, I'm saying
we're talking
that
at least 450 light years, man.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, imagine a civilization that is like 5 million years old.
Anything, man. I want you to tell me that, man. Tell me. Stop it.
Okay, let me ask you this. So, do you believe the universe is 13 billion years old?
What's that?
Do you believe the universe is 13 billion years old?
Well, they say 5 billion years old, bro.
How much?
25 billion. Catch up.
Okay. So let's say that's true. Like, imagine how many civilizations could have evolved, and let's say one of them survived for like 1 million years. Imagine what level of technology they could reach. Like interstellar travel would be like going.
Dude, we get
from Miami to California.
This time frame too, man. Planets all gotta be built. You know, gases gotta form and collect somehow, some way with the magical gravity that you know is out there and collected all this gas particles together. They had to implode and create stars and stuff. So, you know, it took a long time just to do that. You know, then they had to make the primordial goos for you know their salamanders to jump out and develop lungs.
Yeah, and also, could I say something? If you don't mind. I want to add to that. Apply the same logic to if there were civilizations here for that long. Think of all the developments that they might have had and seem to have had actually, and how sophisticated their tactics of deception to create this illusion that everything in this reality is the opposite of what it seems. And we, you know, people like yourself and all of us at one point totally bought it because we were told to assume it at a young age. But there's ways to know for sure that we're not on a spinning ball. And actually, I wanted to say something to Flat Earth Dave before he leaves, because he's the one that woke me up from a while back and on his appearance on Jim Fetzer. If you're still here, Dave, before you leave.
I'm still here.
Cool, yeah. Yeah, I talk a lot about outer ponders. That's kind of what I'm known for, actually. They say outer ponders 3 times sometimes to some of me in other hangouts, because I think that might be part of what the powers that be may try to use as well. Like if the Overton window breaks, and I wonder what your thoughts are on that. Like what if they try to fake an outer ponder invasion and use that as a way, like use flat earth as a way of like introducing that idea and then using that as a means of control, but it's just their technology faking it, even if there are outer ponders, which I think there are.
Nicholas, can you repeat about Jim Fetzer? I missed that.
Oh, that was me, actually. New perspective. Dave was on Jim Fetzer a while back, and he did a presentation that was just at the, like, Jim introduced him, and he came on, and and did a whole presentation on how they're faking space and everything that we're told about space travel and NASA and stuff. It blew my mind, of course. And just right before that, a friend of mine was telling me that he and his brother were puzzled that they couldn't find what would be called the graviton. That they still haven't found the graviton. So gravity is a thing, and it has to have a graviton. And I came back to him about a month after seeing Dave's video and explained to him why they haven't found the graviton yet. But Dave, what are your thoughts on the outer ponders being used by the powers that be as another psyop, like a fake alien invasion, but their version of it is the outer ponders are ancient ancestors that are just higher tech than us. Even if it's not, even if it is true, what if their version is fake, and how do we guard against that?
I don't know. That's a great question. The fake alien invasion, maybe they use that to like, hey, flat Earth is real, but we have a bigger problem where we're being invaded. So that's interesting. I don't know how to the way to protect against that is get everyone to understand where we live first, so they stop listening to the government. But real quick, anyone that people like, Dave, where's that Jim Fetzer interview? Just go on the app, hit the little search hourglass, and search Jim Fetzer, and my interviews with Jim Fetzer will come up.
Yep, I got the app. I was going to ask you if there's some really good airplanes not being able to work on a spinning ball video, because that's the other thing I'm known for. They'll call me on to talk about airplanes not being able to fly and land north to south, or in general.
I mean, there's if you go to the well, that's the Southern Flights. I don't really have a section for airplanes, but my favorite
is pilots. It's pilots.
Oh yeah, the pilots are all pilots. There's a bunch of videos about pilots. There's a 3-hour video. It's all there. Are all pilots and scientists in on it on the FAQ page. But one of my favorite ones is the time lapse from, I think it was Germany to Brazil, where the stars on the horizon didn't rise up. Like on a globe, the stars on the horizon at the takeoff should be above at your zenith when you land, but they stayed on the horizon. And that
pilot video destroys globe Earth.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch. Actually, I just had yesterday featured on the app. If you go to the archive, there was a military pilot that he gave it was great testimony. So if you missed yesterday's featured video, just hit the archive button to the right of the featured video, and it's yesterday's video.
Awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of I'm kind of collecting different examples of not only pilots' testimony, but also some of the arguments that technically just wouldn't work for the ball at all. I mean, I think that airplanes flying over spinning balls is all you need. It's actually probably a really good introduction argument as well, if you can explain it right to someone new, like our friend here, like Keon. If he understands there's a tangential gradient, and then if a plane is flying to the equator where it didn't have the conserved momentum to match the city that it's landing in, and they have a kinematic explanation that it just automatically is in sync with the Earth, but without explaining the force, they can't even explain how the plane would pick up 500 miles per hour. It took off with only 500 miles per hour conserved momentum. It can't add 500 miles per hour to be in sync with the Earth when it's trying to land. Even if it could, it would have to continue sideways rotation in perfect sync with the Earth, so that the pilot can treat the Earth as stationary, as we know they're taught to when it's landing. So it technically is very explainable as not working at all.
Think about this: if a plane could fly around a globe and it would be able to go north to south, as you're going from the North Pole, if you took off at the equator, you have a sideways tangential speed of 1,000 miles an hour, and as you fly north, you have to slow down, and then as you pass the North Pole, you have to speed up again. Your sideways speed, speeding up from 0 to 1,000 miles an hour and back down again, which is mental gymnastics again.
Hey, Dave,
and whatever effect they imagine that might have on the plane, it would reverse when you went over the North Pole. I thought about that too. It would be coming from the other side of the airplane, but they don't even try to say that it's the prevailing winds that moves the plane into being in sync with the Earth any longer. You know what their actual argument is technically? That when there's no wind, that's when it's in perfect sync. So you have to imagine that the winds aren't even a part of what moves the plane. It's when it's the not wind. Actually, I had one guy call it the not wind. Is what makes the plane.
The atmosphere is Velcroed to the Earth, except when the wind blows, it's not Velcroed to the Earth.
Right, but according to fluid dynamics, they can't even argue that it's Velcroed any longer or in sync. So even if they were saying that the plane was carried by the atmosphere, it's not in perfect sync, and that pilot still wouldn't be able to treat the Earth as stationary, even if it worked the way they wanted to, which it wouldn't work anyway. The kinematic concept does not substitute for the dynamic reality in this case, especially.
Nicholas, if you're interested, a week ago, a guy on a little tiny YouTube channel did a 2-hour compilation of flat Earth pilot testimonies. I can send it to your Twitter if you want it.
Oh, this is new perspective talking about the airplanes, by the way. So I don't know if you can hear me or Nicholas.
I have a question
talking about
if I
that, but I
can.
kind of came in on
Hold
top
on.
of it.
I have a question. Just
real quick. I just have one question for Flat Earth. Do you believe in these planes are holding all that jet fuel, Dave?
Absolutely not.
Boom.
No way.
Brother.
So on
physically impossible.
Listen, do they hold some? I think so. I think so.
Yeah.
But just the fact, people say, well, it's all in the wings and everything. If you watch one of those big trucks fill up a swimming pool, it takes hours and hours and hours, and that's not even nearly as much. The plane holds 10 tankers worth, and you watch them hook up this thing underneath the wing. Sometimes they don't even hook it up, but they do it for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and it's not pressurized. Like when you see a fire hose turn on from a fire engine, thing gets super pressurized. You watch this thing, it's like it's not even, what are they putting in there?
63,000 gallons of fuel, and they're putting it in there in 45 minutes. That's how long it will take to fill that up.
Yeah, I've watched planes land from New York and Costa Rica, not refuel. Then I got on this unrefueled plane and flew back to New York. I'm like, what did they double fuel in New York because the gas is cheaper there? It's the A380. The amount of fuel it holds is ridiculous. And do small jets use fuel? I think so. I'm pretty sure. I know that they do, but is there more? Even Elon Musk said recently, the higher you go, the less fuel you need, and the faster you go. And I remember when I was a kid, I saw some news stories about how these planes, I think they call them ramjets, could, when they reach a certain speed, they no longer need fuel. They're just combusting air. And then that story disappeared out of the news. And that whole thing. Anybody wants to learn more about it, and again, we need more information. We need whistleblowers on stoplookthink.com. Just put in jet fuel hoax, and there's great videos compiled there.
I'd like to make a request if I could.
Yes, Eric.
I'm hunting for a clear image of the Getty Museum flat Earth map fountain from aerial view for Peter Duke. And I've searched the app, but I didn't come up with anything, and I'm trying to figure out where to look. If anybody has an idea where to look.
I'm tasking you with actually finding that on the internet and then emailing it to me, and I will add it to the app instantly. All right.
I accept, and
I think Jaron might have it if you want to reach out to Jaron, but I think you should be able to Google it and find it.
Well, I tried that. I'm still working on it, but I'll send it to you immediately if I find it. Maybe somebody in this, we got 100 and some people here. Maybe somebody has a good idea.
If anybody has like a really good, meme or image or something that they love using against Globers and it's not on the app, send it to me. There's a submit on my website, flatearthdave.com. There's a submit images form, or my email is just info@theflatearthpodcast.com, and I'll enter it, and you'll be able to search for it instantly and always have it at your fingertips.
So, do you mind if I cut in real quick for a second? All right, sounds good. Flat Earth Dave, everyone is wanting to say everything to you, but I just wanted to say the other night you were over on Discord and we loved it. So don't forget about us, man. You're awesome. Thanks.
I have an aversion to Discord, but that was a fun conversation. So as long as somebody like the mayor, Run Boston Bear, reminds me that you guys are on there, I'll jump on when I can.
Oh, Dave, I wanted to ask, are you familiar? We've been doing the Bring Your Own Brenner Comp videos recently. I don't know if you're familiar with Michael Brenner.
Not sure.
Quora. Oh, okay. Well, actually, I kind of take credit for discovering him before anyone we knew had, and I hadn't heard anyone talk about him. He's been flat smacking on there from 2016, and he's a scholar that studied mechanical engineering and linguistics at the University of Vienna, which is kind of a highly thought of university, European university. Anyway, he is brilliant, and I know that Witsit uses him for a lot of his references, as well as now everyone in our group, Alan and Shane and everybody, and Toby is a big fan as well. I actually ended up exchanging messages with him, and we may get him on the Ether Cause channel to have an interview at some point if we can get the timing worked out, because he's in a different time zone. But you should go on, you're on Geo's channel, right? On Geo's Discord, Earth Awakenings. I'm sure you're a member there at least, probably. Okay. But I have I made comps of like 80 of his answers on Quora, his flat Earth information, and I took screenshots of my phone and then compiled the screenshots into a one-page, easily referable, we call them Brenner comps. And there's a whole section in they're called Brenner compilations on Geo's server that you can grab all those, or just go to Quora, Michael Brenner on Quora, and check out his information, because you of all people would be lost. I mean, you just be like, oh my God, it's a gold mine. It's a gold mine. It's literally a gold mine of information. The guy's brilliant.
I'll check it out when I can. Thanks.
Absolutely. So Keon, does Keon realize that planes won't even be able to land on them?
Hold on to perspective. There's some hands. You guys could jump in. Feel free. And then we're gonna rotate some mics as well, because I got a couple more requests. Wow, we and stationary Saturday.
And he's been here before, as you posed that argument. He's not gonna go into that.
No, I was just joking, because it's one that I think kills the ball. It makes it literally impossible once you really put it together. It's weird that a lot of flat earthers still don't. I don't know. I've had people say they want to argue the point that I'm making, but they still don't have a grasp on it. And I guess it's understandable, because it took me a long time as well to get the details of it worked out in a way that they just don't know what they're talking about on every level. Even the planes wouldn't even be able to land. So if you could show someone that the planes wouldn't even be able to land, and everyone's been on a plane and they know they land safely, there's just absolutely no way for a pilot to treat it as stationary if it's actually moving, when the technicalities are all worked out.
An analogy to that would be if you were rolling on a skateboard and you try to jump off at a 90-degree angle without drifting in the direction of the skateboard.
Yeah, I've been trying to think of the perfect metaphor, something like that, or what is it that needs to be in sync for it to work? There's mechanical things that, like a timing chain or whatever, but this is a special case, because the claim is that it's in a separate reference frame, but it's the same reference frame, and somehow it can be blown every direction by the winds, and it can fly wherever it wants, but it never gets out of sync with the Earth when it wants to treat it as stationary when it's landing. Yet there's different times they try to say are because of the city moving towards the plane and such. So it's just a bundle of contradictions, and it's really funny how even guys on here like Franco end up appealing to their own credentials.
Do you skateboard?
Because they don't know what to say. I have, yeah. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, analogies are just boiling it down to simple.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, people have to realize that it can't just have the plane be carried from 500 miles per hour to have an extra 500 mile per hour eastward tangential velocity to match the 1,000 mile per hour rotation. Just 1 + 1 does not equal 2. You can't just add 500 miles per hour sideways momentum.
The term for it is momentum. If you're going in a direction, you're gonna.
Right. Well, it's conserved momentum, but the conserved momentum was because they claimed that the plane was on the Earth, not because the atmosphere is pushing it, but because it was on the Earth when it was going 500 miles per hour. It has that conserved momentum. Now, you can accelerate an extra 500 miles per hour, possibly in that direction by aiming towards it. You can't really do it sideways because the plane's not made to work that way. But if the atmosphere is moving the plane to accelerate an extra 500, even if it's incremental, if the atmosphere is pushing the plane only in one direction and the winds are pushing in all directions, that doesn't work anyway. But even if it was able to push it overall that direction, it would have to be so in sync, so perfectly in sync, and continue rotating with the Earth as it's slowing down to land in a perpendicular direction.
Like here's another analogy. If you fire a bullet, it's not going to turn right.
Yeah. Yeah, if you use dead reckoning with a plane, like if the plane were able to use a star as a guidance point, since they can't use the Earth that's rotating as they'll just say, oh, it's just following its ground path. But you can't let them get away with the ground path or the autopilot or any of these kind of excuses, because people can just fly around. They can find a field to land in, and they don't have to worry about being in sync with the rotation of the Earth if they came from a different tangential velocity. But yeah, it's just a matter of like, okay, you're right. How could it be carried? We're talking about a huge machine in the sky that it needs to be treating the Earth as perfectly stationary. And now it needs an extra 500 miles per hour eastward tangential velocity sideways as it goes south. Impossible and ridiculous. And they don't even have an answer. They don't even have a mechanism that they can name that would do that.
Anybody with their hands up want to chime in?
Go ahead, Baca.
Baca, you there?
And we got Keon, Baca,
the road take you out, my man.
Hey, Sacred. If how would it change? How would the model change, the heliocentric model? How would that change if, let's say, they tried to adapt what Michelson-Morley and the other experiments do measure, which is substantially less than the 30 kilometers per second? Would they be able to finagle it to where everything would once again line up with their model, just like at a slower pace or some shit? Would that be possible, or would it be impossible?
To line up with the heliocentric?
Yeah, do you think they could just like slow it down?
Hell no, not with the way that the bodies are in motion.
Right, that's what I'm thinking. There's outside the Earth, everything else has its own kind of set speed, so they can't really slow it down, right?
Nope.
Now, if they slow us down but keep everything else the same, does that throw everything off? Is there a problem then?
If again, what happened?
If we slow down, but everything else kind of remains the same, then that also breaks it down, right? There's no way they could finagle that either.
Yeah, right? Not at all. Because everything all the motions and everything like that is all derived off the assumed radius. So none of those variables can change.
Right. Yeah, so in essence,
the orbits don't mechanically work either, though. Not even one orbit would really technically even work. So,
right,
whether it slows down or not, it's kind of a superfluous. On top of the fact that it wouldn't even work with the centrifugal force having to be a fictitious force and all that.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, and I was like, that can't work. I just wanted to double check.
That's why it's weird when they say when they say that the Earth be spinning faster and slower sometimes throughout the years. It's like, what's causing the Earth to do that? All the object in motion stayed in motion.
Well, that's where they switched our consciousness of time. We used to run on a lunar calendar, which gives us different perspective of time, and based off the sun, that's why they've got the leap years. That's why they've got the daylight saving time. And in the 15th century, 1588, they actually had to physically remove 10 days from the calendar because the solar predictions were not lining up. That tells you there's a problem with that. But the moon calendar, that's been consistent since at least the last 6,000 years that I'm aware of. And I'm sure there's maybe even longer, according to what some of the legends are, whatever stories, backstories, the ancient knowledge that has yet to been passed down to the next generation.
That's very interesting too, the lunar calendar. I'm going to look into that a lot more because the Chinese use the lunar calendar for their zodiac, right? The West uses the sun for their zodiac, right? So it's two different versions. They have similarities, but there are some differences. Now, my thinking is, all right, the moon is the closer body. Should that not have a more direct effect on everything here? Right? There's three bodies between us and the sun. So I don't know. What do you think about that, Dr. Flat?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, I think they might both be maybe about the same in the sky, perhaps. The way they feed off each other, and each one having its own sole purpose, like with the moon being magnetic. And then it seems like women can associate their biological clock and line it up to the moon phases, from what I've been told and witnessed. I find that to be interesting. You can find the moon has particular behavioral effects on both people, both man and woman. So there's a little bit of a duality going on. And then you find the same thing kind of reflected over towards the sun. However, that's more electrifying and a little bit more energetic, recharging batteries, solar energy, etc. So it's interesting. But however, when you isolate them both, right, magnetism technically is invisible or dark. Electricity is technically invisible or dark until it manages to interact with our visible spectrum. Then we can see it. So when you combine the two, that's basically what ends up with us and the light, the temporary light, if you will. So it's like a three body, Earth, Sun, Moon. But I think both individually, they've got their own purposes. One's magnetic, one's electric. And I don't know if that answered the question.
Yeah. That answered it. It's just really interesting to me that the Chinese stuff is all based on the moon, their entire system, and then the other one is based on the sun. I'm gonna look more into that. Anybody else?
Are we talking about the gravity of the moon and the sun?
I was just pointing out the difference between the distance to the moon and the distance to the sun, and how that correlates with the two zodiac beliefs, the two different astrology systems of the East and then the Western, the solar and the lunar.
I got it. I was thinking more about the global explanation for how the sun can hold on to Pluto and Neptune, but it can't affect our moon.
Yeah. Another conundrum.
Yeah, well, no, it's because
Mental
the gravity of the
gymnastics.
Earth is much closer than the sun, so it negates the sun's gravity. So the sun's gravity, as it's flying through space, it goes around the Earth's gravity and holds on to Pluto and Neptune because the Earth's gravity negates the sun.
Yeah.
Global gymnastics. Thank you.
Man, that's crazy too. That sun's got out there with all the most gravity. How come it's just stopping all the planets where they're at?
Jupiter has more gravity than all of the other planets combined, and Jupiter is 99% helium and hydrogen, which defy gravity. So that's fascinating. So back to the Glober question before was, how much helium and hydrogen do you need before it becomes gravitational and collapses into a planet?
Why isn't Jupiter collapsing into a star or something like that with all that?
Because it has just the right amount. It has just the right amount. If it had more, it would turn into a sun.
Man, we're lucky on that one, man. Can you imagine two suns? We never get any sleep around here, man.
Well, you guys don't get any sleep anyway. You might as well have two suns.
Oh man,
I got three boys. They got my good looks.
Why is the moon the only rock out there that doesn't spin? How come all the rest of them spin, but our moon doesn't?
That's another super interesting topic that I don't think anyone really has an answer for.
Well, the answer is because this side of the moon actually has more mass than the far side, so it got gravitationally locked to the Earth. because you know it's like a weighted ball. If you have a weighted ball, it would always be weighted side down. So the weighted side is towards the Earth's gravity. Come on, boys.
Yeah.
Perfectly weighted this way, so the sun can't shake it.
I think it's cool that our gravity is strong enough to go out there and hold the moon out there and push us away from the stronger gravity of the sun that somehow is holding us in orbit. And it's allowing the 1/6 gravity of the moon to go through all of that and go play with our oceans that are sitting right on top of the center mass of the downward force of our gravity, man. Gravity's awesome, dude.
That's I don't want to go there.
I want to know how the
Hey,
gravity.
hey, everyone should pay attention to Shane St. Pierre's latest work on the moon and tides and everything, right? Everything we're talking about right now. He just did a presentation yesterday on Jeranism, by the way.
Yeah, that was good. That went above
stuff.
a lot of people's heads. That was very, very complex.
It was a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I love tuning into their stuff, man. It's awesome.
May I?
Yep. All right, boys. Hey, before you go, I'm gonna jump. I gotta grab some breakfast with my wife. And guys, I'll chime in listening if you're still going later. But otherwise, I'll see you when I see you.
Hey,
cheers. Thanks so much.
Appreciate you, Dave, man. It's always a pleasure.
All right, man.
Regards
Thanks so
to
much.
Paige.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Oh, dope.
All right,
Have
guys.
a good one.
Bye bye.
I guess you could say Dave's a real page turner, huh?
Hysterical. You come up with you do that on your own? Was that you?
I am a professional airhead from a long line of airheads, sir. Like
Love
at
it.
least one.
All right. See you guys.
You guys can call me Paige the Rage.
Paige the Rage. Shout out to Paige the Rage. There ain't no rage in Paige. No rage.
All right, guys. Thanks. See ya.
Have a good one, Dave.
What up, Chris?
That was very funny, Paige Turner.
Well, you got to realize a joke isn't a dad joke until it's apparent, or at least full grown.
See what you did there.
I don't always tell dad jokes. When I do, he laughs. Sometimes. Okay, I'm not gonna do this. I do this for a living. I could literally go on for the next 15 minutes with nothing but dad jokes.
I'm down with that. Look, but we got to realize Dave wouldn't be Dave without Paige. It's completely a mystery, and nobody understands. Well, I hope they have a good day. Hey, I think Chrissy wanted to jump in here.
Yeah, I wanted to discuss about the months in the zodiac because everyone has this Western perspective about speaking in English, and not the whole of Europe doesn't speak English. So most of Western civilization came from Europe, right? And we speak ancient Latin actually here. It's the form of speech that is Latin, and we call a month, we call it basically a loon. So basically, the moon. It's a moon. It's one moon, 1 month. So
like the Native American.
Yeah, and also we also have our own zodiac system. I don't know if you've learned this because history over there is really polluted and basically lies. But when the first Greeks came to the continent of Europe, they found our people here. They called us Thracians or Dacians, right? And they said we're more as a population that believes the same beliefs and has the same way of speech and building than there were Indians in India at the time. So, also the civilization here was a monotheistic one that believed that there's one God above something. And the ancient representations that we found here that are older than Sumerian depict the flower of life and something in the middle, and not the flower of life you see nowadays in New Age and Yahoo, but the flower of life that you see in a Taurus field.
I didn't get where you're referring to.
Romania.
Oh, Romania.
The center of Europe, right? It's the geographical center of Europe, is the Carpathian Mountains.
I didn't know that. I'm a little familiar with the geography, but I didn't realize it was that designation of center.
It's right in the center, and if you look out of it from above at the mountains, they make the yin yang symbol. How would they know? But they did. Many things. They know many things. I can show you pottery from 5,000 years before Christ from here with the yin yang symbol when it never appeared in China until like 2,000 years later.
That's remarkable.
Have you seen the
Pretty fascinating
of the yin yang?
Yes, I study it for my PhD because I'm comparing Japanese architecture with Romanian because we built the same and we're world apart.
What Japanese architecture are you thinking of?
Hold on.
Traditional Japanese architecture.
Of what?
Of houses.
Okay.
And stuff like that.
Well, what else?
Well, many things are similar. Even some belief, and they actually say that they come from here. But I'm not allowed in academia to state the reverse.
Right. Well, so houses, is that what you're talking about?
Houses,
Well, not just
pottery,
that, I'm
many
sure.
stuff. It's many stuff.
The historical relevance between the two cultures, I would.
I understood the context. I was trying to find out specifically what architecture.
Specifically traditional one, you know, the one they called that had no architect, the one that people were building. Not this palace, big houses, I don't know, stuff like that. Not the churches, not something that has a program. Housing.
Tartarian?
Like farm housing. Yes, also Tartarian. Yeah, they built the same kind of houses that we do.
Oh man, there's a lot on that Tartaria subject. A friend of mine
just search about Thracians and Dacians, and you'll find that the symbolism that I find all over the place with people researching Tartaria. You will find that Tartaria was at our eastern border at one time, and we were discussing the same language. They were the same people. They were Caucasian and white.
What's interesting is a friend of mine claims that the Tartarian Empire was the Mongolian Empire, and that's why, like...
No. The Mongols are different. The Mongols are Mongols, and the Tartarians were here around the Black Sea, when they originally had an established place and spot in geography before they migrated. I'm talking about when the Greeks came to Europe. When the Greeks came to Europe, they were here next to us.
What about, have you ever heard of the Oerlinde book?
No, I haven't. Please, if you can, send it, please. Send me a link and I'll read it.
I'll comment it on, I followed you, I'll comment it on your page here.
I followed you too. Yeah, I'm very avid of reading history, and I like the fact that I can find stuff here that you can't find other places because it's being censored. And even here,
I was just going to say, what's interesting about the Oerlinde book, I agree with the censorship comment, by the way. But what's interesting about it is that they call it a forgery, but then forgery by definition ends up being a copy. It isn't what would the right word be? It isn't a fraud, as they would say. It's a forgery is a copy, and so this book has been copied, but they like to claim forgery like they do with the Book of Jeshurun and a lot of the extracurricular or extra biblical texts and whatnot. I don't know. Just I'll send it to you.
Actually, I believe that since in the 1800s here, we had to kiss Roman ass to let us create our country, right, and to get out of slavery. And from that point on, if you want to discuss about ancient civilization, you have to pretend that the Romans came here when they didn't. And the women here were just begging to be raped, literally. And we accepted the language from a foreign army that didn't even speak Latin, and now we're speaking Latin. It's like this kind of stupid cyclic stuff. And in academia, I'm not allowed to contest any of that, just like with the Globe Earth. You're not allowed. If you want a PhD, you have to conform to the whatever.
So what's interesting is another friend of mine, different friend, says that Latin actually was ended up being a slave language, and that
no. Latin was never. you have to understand this. Trajan, the emperor, the first emperor that came to Dacia, wanted to come here and conquer it, which he didn't, because it was his forebearers' land. They were speaking his language. But the Romans weren't speaking Latin. Latin was never spoken. It was just a written language. It was never spoken. It was never meant to be spoken because it was never meant for the masses. Only the erudite, only the knowledgeable knew how to write in New Latin. The people were talking Romanian, period. Or we call it Romanian. It was actually Dacian. And if you study further, you find out that Danish kings and queens and Spanish kings and queens and even King Charles wants to claim that he is from the Dacian people because it's the first people that Europe ever had. But they never say that explicitly.
When did the name change to Romania, and who did that?
1848. 1848.
Did the Austrians change it, or who did that?
No, we did that because we united our little countries, because we were three countries that were always fighting.
Right.
Fighting the Ottomans or fighting the Austrians or fighting the Russians. We were always fighting someone.
Well, who invented the name Romania?
Well, the Masons, actually. The Masonic League of Transylvania, which was in Austria, they wanted to release themselves from Austrian rule and unite with the rest of Romanians, and to appease the Pope in Rome. They said that we are descended from Romans, so can we please have a country, and we'll call it Romania.
I get it. Yeah, they were picking their favors. Yeah.
Yeah, they were trying to get ourselves out of slavery, basically. Especially the people in Transylvania, which is actually Ardal, since Transylvania is just the middle portion, and there's way more country outside of Transylvania before you get to the border. But that's the gist of it. So they were trying to free the people and give the people a voice. So I can't blame them 100%, but I kind of do, because that locked our history in this like metal box that you can't pick at. We're trying to pick at it, but they don't let us. In my PhD, they told me point blank, I can't say this, I can't say that, I can't say that. So I'm kind of making mental gymnastics and logical, critical analysis of other stuff just to prove my point.
More gymnastics.
Because I'm not allowed to say it.
You have clearly the opportunity to start a whole new thing by saying what you know, if you're willing to, build from scratch.
Want to know what I'm going to do? I'm going to finish my PhD because I made it so very thinking of ordinary people, like not for architects, but for everyone. And then I'm going to translate it in English, and then I'm going to publish it in America, because Americans don't give a shit about what the Pope believes in Rome.
Yeehaw! This is Texas. This is America. God bless America.
Well, publishing is going online mostly now. I wonder what you're thinking about. What kind of publishing in America that you're thinking of?
Official one, like the one with the ISBN-I, the registration number they give to books, like an official one.
I got it.
Because I want it to be an official book, even if people will print it free online. I wonder
if anybody in the group right here knows something about publishing at this moment.
I could get you in contact with my sister. She writes books and has a couple published, but that's the best I could do. I don't actually
I appreciate that a lot. And actually, after I finish it this summer, I need to translate it in English, because I've kind of constructed it in both language, because I need to argue it in English, because that's how our architecture school works, is half and half. And then I have to translate it. It's going to be a doozy, because it's 200 pages.
Your English is very excellent.
Yeah, you might just be able to do that on your own.
Thank you so much. Oh, I'm going to do it on my own, because there are many terms that are specific to architecture that are not used in everyday English, and Romanian either. So there's definitions that are specific to this field that people don't understand, like perspective is one. And traditional is another.
Perspective, that's right.
No. And right now in my architecture school for like 5 years now, perspective is not studied, you guys. People don't know how to study perspective anymore. They're not taught. Architects are not taught this anymore. They've been taught this for 200 years.
Tell me your name, we can call you.
Chris is Chrissy or Chrysanta. It's the same name. I never hide my name.
Are you acquainted with Dave Weiss at all?
No, but I can look him up.
Yeah, you should contact him and you should contact him and have a conversation about your professional training and stuff. The two of you could collaborate somewhat.
Yeah, he should interview you and do a promotion for your book when you have it ready.
Definitely interview Christy. Yes.
I actually teach drawing and perspective, but it's not a course like it was before. I have to teach each individual student in my own time.
That's crazy. I heard you say that last time you were on, and I've told people that it was the case. And I can't even believe that they would be able to teach architecture without perspective drawing. That's like
I can go further. I found out something worse this week. From last year, they're not teaching them materials like what's concrete and what's metal and they're not teaching them that, or finishings. Pretty soon they won't teach structures, and I don't know what they will teach. I don't know, Beam, Revit, I don't know. Nothing really, AI, I don't know.
And the reason for that is that they just want to have competent workers rather than thinkers?
No. It's not about competent workers because they want slaves, but that's not it. One told me that in an interview that I'm too much of a thinker and he wanted an architect and I can't go work there and something like that. And I was like laughing.
Soon they will only teach how to polish robots.
Yeah, that's what I think. They don't want smart people to challenge their authority or something like that. So they're dumbing
Yeah, that's what I mean
down.
by thinker, yeah.
Hey, much love with y'all. Thanks for letting me sit with you guys. Hate to interrupt, but I'm going to get on out of here. I'll be back around later on.
Take care.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that's something that I found interesting. I'm a graphic designer, and every course I took in college, every class I took, I got in the habit of asking the professor if they'd ever heard of sacred geometry. And across the board, none of them had ever heard of this, the Vesica Piscis or the Flower of Life, or maybe they'd heard of the golden mean, the golden ratio, but that's about it. Fibonacci sequence, and for design, it's kind of similar to perspective for architecture. For design, I would say knowing about sacred geometry would be essential.
Being a teacher is just the same as a robot polisher, but it's got more complications.
Want to hear something funny? Because we were taught about sacred geometry in first year at maths. That's the only kind of math we ever did in architecture school, is sacred geometry. And it's not just pi and Fibonacci's. No, they don't do it anymore, but we did it.
Right, that's where it should be.
But
it's
we
essential.
do teach I teach my students, and we have projects. It's about parametric architecture and organic architecture, which is the implementations of these principles.
Interesting.
Quite fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can send you a book, and you can find it because Rosa Cervera has published it in the US.
Please do.
It's called Parametric Bionic Architecture. So
parametric what?
Okay. Parametric Bionic Architecture. It's a 400-page book about projects and stuff and sacred geometry and how it's practical use and use in architecture and use in forms of life and stuff like that. It's pretty fascinating.
Of course. Yeah, it is fascinating. It's the God code.
I worked on it for like 2 years with Ms. Cervera. And I've had projects since like 2012 and 14 in it.
Are you on Discord at all? You should come in and talk to us on Discord.
I tried. I don't understand that platform, and I usually work day and night because we're not very well paid here in Romania. So I'd rather go into spaces where people just talk because I can work and talk.
Chrissy, how near are you to Estonia?
It's not that hard once you get used to it.
Pretty near to Estonia. It's like just Poland away.
I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
Estonia is above Poland, right? And we have almost a border with Poland. We used to have a border with Poland, but then Ukraine was founded.
Right. So Estonia is very full of flat earthers. They're having a meetup pretty soon. Do you know about that?
I had no clue. I never thought Eastern Europeans are flat earthers. I think I'm the first flat earther in.
Right. You might want to check that. I'll try to send you a link on your account for Twitter. Do you know who Mark Sargent is?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
That's all right. I'll send you a link. It's about an event coming up in Estonia for Flat Earth.
I'll definitely check it if I can get that time off.
Yeah, I'll try to send.
Well,
it's not that far. It's quite close. It's like a 2-hour plane ride.
I just wanted to say thanks to Sacred and Proud and Alan and Toby and Witsit and all these people who throw this event. It's pretty good, man. I got to go to work, but y'all have a great day. Thank you once again for hosting, y'all, and thank y'all for attending. And the Earth is a topographical plane. It's not rotating, and gas needs a container. Trust me, I make balloons.
Later, bro.
Who's the guy that makes balloons? What kind of balloons does he make?
Well, he doesn't make balloons. He actually is a balloon artist. You know that he makes animals with balloons.
Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, I get it. That's clever. I like that.
Yeah, it's good. He's good at it too. I've seen him do it.
I was going to discuss something about perspective too, guys. Because earlier there was this debate about how you can see the sun. And you can see the sun, and the sun is setting, and it's getting bigger, and it's disappearing from the ground up. It's pretty easy. It's a lensing effect. And it also happens in a normal circumstance. You can do it on a hallway. You just need to have parallel lights, and at the further end of a corridor or a tunnel, make a small fire, and put it around that little light at the end, and you will see that the little light becomes bigger and yellowish instead of small and whitish.
That's a good idea. Interesting.
So it's a repeatable experiment. I did that because my brother's also an architect and he's a glober, and just to prove that maybe he'll wake up.
So all the planes can't even land on a spinning ball. Tell them exactly how. I'll send you some videos.
They definitely can't. Of course not.
Yeah, that's like a practical way of showing anybody. I think.
Have you seen on YouTube the flight stuff with the V speed and the distance? They say they need at least 3 kilometers of runway. But if it's curved, it's not runway, it's not flat. So I don't know how they take off, really.
Yeah, none of it works. They have a kinematic concept that just negates it. It just cancels out the rotation, and just says, okay, no matter what, the plane's detached from the Earth, but no matter what, it's still in perfect rotation with the Earth spinning eastward, but also not in sync with the Earth when it comes to going towards the city westward or wherever else they want to make it convenient. And if it goes into think about if it goes into one of these jet streams, which works on a flat Earth too, but if it comes out of a jet stream and the Earth is spinning and it's supposedly going 200 miles faster than the spin of the Earth, how does it slow down then to be in sync with the Earth again? And if it was even just 5 miles per hour off, or 1 mile per hour in a perpendicular direction, the wheels would break off when it tries to land. So that's the end of the whole discussion. Who cares about refraction? Who cares about any other argument after that? If the planes can't treat the Earth as stationary when it's actually spinning, then there's nothing else to talk about.
That's why they don't want to talk about it, man.
Yeah.
They want to point your head up to the sky now.
Yeah, they want to talk about refraction over and over again, and substituting, perspective, standard perspective for standard refraction. Yeah, this argument was really over in 2017, as far as I could tell. That's when I came in, though, so it was probably over in 2015 as far as the debates go. It just gets dragged out because most people just would rather not know.
Man, it was over with 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks.
Yeah, for people that realized it.
There's no possible way you could look at all this stuff and be all like, "Yeah, we're totally moving, man." I mean,
yeah, right.
Remember when I started a discussion about how we calculate buildings? So get this, after we calculate those forces and stuff, we calculate the rigidity, right? So we match all forces that act on a building in every which way, from earthquakes to winds, right? Why don't we take into account the Earth's spin?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that exert a torsional force on my beam?
Absolutely.
Yes, it would. But we don't.
They say
we definitely don't.
They say.
Well, that's true, but also there's another thing is in a cityscape, they don't account for curvature. You should see the tops of buildings, tall buildings should lean away from each other, and that never happens.
But I can explain it with perspective too, because if you look up your horizon, your real horizon, not the fictitious stuff, rises with your eyes. So all the parallel lines go through an infinite point up. That's how we draw them, because that's how you see them, and that's how a camera captures them.
They say we're an oblique spheroid because of how fast the Earth spins. That's why it's obliqueness, and they're saying we can't feel that. We're stretching out the Earth, and we can't feel that how fast we're spinning.
We're not building according to it. I can tell you for sure we are not having. We have many coefficients to make it safe. We don't have a coefficient for anything of a curve or a movement or anything really. We have.
Chrissy, I'm not very mathematical. Can you briefly explain coefficient?
Well, we use coefficient like cosinus or a tangentus coefficient when we calculate the contents of concrete to make it sturdier. Just to be sure that we have enough concrete, we add that. But that's the only coefficient we use. We don't calculate spin or curvature. We just add stuff to our math to make the number bigger, so that we can have bigger beams and pillars. That's it. It's pretty straightforward, the kind of structures we do and the kind of physics we apply. It's just the static part of mechanics and a bit of resistance mechanics, the way materials compress and the ratio of elasticity that they have. That's what we do when we make buildings, bridges, anything really, pipes, anything. It's the same. The math is the same. So it's not real mathematical. It's purely logical. You have the weight that you put on top of it, the wind that comes from one direction, the earthquake that comes from another direction, and that's it. And the upward force that comes from the earth that no one can explain it in regular physics. I don't know what that is.
Whoa, I don't know what that is either, Chrissy. I thought that was your background. Whoever that is, you gotta mute for a second.
Sorry, guys. I didn't hear anything. I don't know.
Oh, that
Cars
is your
are
background. Okay, Chrissy. Okay, Chrissy.
It's
Sound like you're in a
gone.
tire shop right now.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't disappear right now. So I'll return later then. Bye, guys.
Hey, Chrissy, I don't think your mic was a problem, by the way.
It was pretty staticky.
It sounded fine.
I don't have reception here, and it's kind of going.
Right now it's fine.
Well,
but
sorry.
Yeah, great for all the information you were given. If you do want to go anyway, but awesome about the coefficients, and yeah, they would need to take that into account as well as.
I'll answer them. I'll be here. I'll find a spot with internet.
Hey, I'm gonna yeah, get on Discord. It's not that hard, honestly. Look up ether cosmology. Ether with an AE. Or Earth Awakenings.
Well, you guys already know this, but I'm just going to tell you that the people listening here, you got some fantastic folks that appreciate what you're doing, having this space. And, you know, they may be just working and listening only, but man, that's a tremendous gift you're creating.
Took years in the making, man. Thank you.
Any Globers on deck?
I got about 5 minutes.
Well, if no Globers are on deck,
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I was hot micing or if that was me making noises or what. I was pretty quiet, but I apologize if that was me.
What's up? You a Glober?
Half and half, man. Flat on the top and round on the bottom.
Okay.
Banksy's trying real hard. Banksy's been trying really hard to get me to flip the script. Like, I mean, he's in the paint every day with me, trying to get me to go all in. So I just want to say what's up this morning.
What are you holding on to that's keeping you from the truth, brother?
You know, I had something really cool, and I think you and I were touching on this months ago, Damien.
Okay.
And it was the diametrically opposed, you know, observations or interpretations, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, why couldn't, even though if they couldn't detect using interferometry all those years back, initially, and said you can't detect the motion while on Earth, why could it not be possible that even if it is the realm that we talk about, why could it not actually move itself? You know, why is it not moving, right? Like, why is it? It's everything that we see in life is energy and motion, and I mean everything. Even the rock becomes a different form over time. It is in motion. It's just very slow motion. Everything seems to have some form of motion to it. Why couldn't we have some motion even if we were flat? Why does it have to be stationary?
Yeah, good point.
Well, saying it's stationary isn't denying that everything's in motion the way you're talking about it.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm just saying, like, if everything else is in motion, why wouldn't we be in motion?
Well, we are in the same way you're saying everything's in motion, but not in a rotation orbital way.
Yeah, and
that's a question, but it's not data or evidence. It doesn't really argue anything. It's just like, what if pigs had wings?
I get his point, though. I mean, all right. So Van, here's the question that or here's the thing I would answer with, right? So back then they didn't measure it, but they also have continued to do measurements over time, right? So as recent as the 2000s, we've had measurements that still produce the same things. So yeah.
Yeah, I've always just been curious. Like, I'm like, you know, and I know this isn't the thing, like pigs have wings. I know that's a little bit intellectually dishonest from the position I'm coming from. I'm stating, like, for real, like, the evidence is if every single thing we see is in motion, is it probable that we are too?
I agree. However, then we have to get into is the
Oh, 1
plane
second, sorry to interrupt.
the block
If
wall.
you don't understand pink elephants, you haven't lived.
You can't 40. You can't hear me, huh? Yeah, I don't think 40 can hear me.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, all right, never mind. Van, do you know about the block wall in the toroidal field?
No, explain that one to me a bit, or unpack that a bit.
Well, it's kind of like that plane in between, like two toroidal fields where they have like it's called the plane of inertia, and I guess there's what I understand about it is that there's no movement there, but everything else is moving. So if we are at that plane, then then it would make sense why we're not moving. If we're not at that plane, then hey, but you got me. I have no freaking clue.
Yeah, I don't either, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I come through evidence and ideas and concepts on all of this stuff, and it's just one of those things where I question myself, and I'm really just presenting that as something that I question myself, and I present to you guys because I know we always like to discuss cool ideas in here.
Yeah.
And as I sit here and examine the realm that I live in, just basic observations, because I mean, every human who's intellectually honest can stand on Earth and say it looks flat from where I stand, right? I mean, that's just an honest observation.
Facts.
And as I sit and contemplate and meditate, and I think through all of life that we have here, I realize that every single thing we have is in motion. Even man-made objects that seem static, like homes, will dissolve over time, and that is a form of motion. It took energy to create it. It will take energy to tear it down. Every single thing is energy, and all energy is motion.
That's
So
exactly.
I don't
what
think any flat earther would disagree with that. Is the point, though? That's
Yeah,
totally
so
not.
that's why, and
That
that's why I'm
doesn't
like, well,
that doesn't go
is it
along with the ball
probable?
model whatsoever.
Yeah,
I don't think any
that's
flat
why.
earthers. Wait, flat earthers are probably all in agreement, and yeah, what you're saying is true, but it doesn't make the ball model at all. Like just because there's motion within everything doesn't mean that the whole thing's orbiting something else in that kind of way, in that motion.
Yeah, and I'm not even.
Sort of
I'm not even referring to space or the model or the story or line. Just the Earth itself. Forget what's out there.
Sure.
Other than what we see is energy or proposed energy, and what we see is movement. We can all observe that, and I'm like, but down here, I'm like, okay, taking a firm foundation, pun intended, of where I'm rooted on this earth, I'm like, and man, absolutely everything is energy, and everything is in motion if it's energy, because
everything's
energy
electric.
Yeah,
electricity is in motion always. Yeah.
Yeah,
I just find it fascinating. To me, the earth could be completely flat. It could be a realm. It could have a dome, and it could also be in motion.
Well, that's basically what everyone would agree with. It's not like that doesn't contradict most flat earthers' opinions.
Yeah, the only motion we're talking about is the rotation, the spin of the Earth, and the orbit.
Yeah, and I have no way. I have no rocket ship. I have no way to. I have no. I mean, I'm not a scientist. I'm scientific. I like to think. I told someone this the other day in a space. I said, "There's maybe the globe Earth model is scientists, and flat earthers are doing their best to be scientific." And I think there's a difference, right?
Big facts.
You can use that paradigm in many other things in life, right? To separate the two from who someone really is and what they really believe, and to what the overall arching umbrella of something falls underneath. And so for me, it's like I want to question that and ask that, and it's cool to hear you guys, kind of confirm that, because I see it as that as well. But yeah, that's just where I come from, and that's why I fuck with flat earthers, man. That's why I fuck with the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, I don't have any other way to understand it. I don't have any other way. I don't have the tools and mechanisms or the educations or the math. I'm not a complex math guy. I'm a builder, so I understand geometry really well, but everything outside of that, man, that goes beyond my head.
Well, but if you understand geometry and you're a builder, you have
T-shirt.
You rely on common sense a lot. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You rely on common sense to be a builder, right? You know, and it either works or doesn't work.
By
right?
far, common sense is
Absolutely.
how I operate.
Right, and the thing is that a lot of science is about common sense too. And what seems to have happened is they made a pseudoscience out of what people think is the premier science, like space travel and orbiting Earth and all that. They've made a pseudoscience out of it and then backwards engineered it so that it seems plausible to mostly mathematicians, but people that are just locked into that paradigm way of thinking. So this is really about protecting science. So it's not about separating scientists from people who are trying to be scientific. It's separating the pseudoscience from the real science and protecting the real science from having the pseudoscience be represented as real science. And so that's what this is really about, in my opinion.
That's awesome, man. There's another cool thing. If you guys haven't checked out the Rogan episode recently with Sabril, they get into the moon landing, and it got pretty heated. Jamie's in the background, starting to argue with Sabril. Maintaining the what we all understand is told us, and he brought up some good points that I never really looked into, and it's hard to. I mean, Rogan couldn't say anything. I mean, he played ball with Sabril in that episode. I mean, at first, he's Rogan, but he started to play ball and just listen and let him cook. And it was the shadows that really fucked it up. And then it was it was the stories about how they were trying to shut him down. Now none of us know the validity of everything, but he does have some documentation on his website. He did say go there and look at it. It's all proof, so there's some proof there of like, shut up, don't talk about this. There's nothing to see here. And if you do, there will be consequences, kind of thing. So it was cool to watch them cook on that because, and earnestly, you can't deny what that picture is showing. It's hard to refute the confusion or the separation from what we would think would be there versus, what we see with our eyes and what we're told is there. And so
there's 100 ways to know they didn't go to the moon. But I heard Rogan was going to say, was going to give his honest opinion. Did Rogan give his, he said supposedly he was going to give his opinion at the end. Right,
actually I didn't make it to the last few minutes of it. But I started listening to the first part of it, and I just got bored and skipped through about halfway through, and then as soon as I did, boom, they were straight on the moon landing deal. And so I listened to that a couple of times just because I kept getting distracted and had to go back. But I really focused on it yesterday evening. I got home from work and I took a shower and turned it on. I can hear it in the bathroom. And then I just kept listening to it before Flat Earth Fridays. And then I like stopped because he said something, and I jumped out of the shower to look at this photo on this thing. And I was like, that's actually, I think he's actually got a point. I mean, you can't refute.
Hey, fellas, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm going to have to say goodbye. I'll check you later.
Yep. Take care, man.
Take it easy.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Hey, Chris,
can we go back to the motion for a moment?
Yeah, I want to chime in because Vaxan said he was a builder, right? So never say you don't do science. You do very important science, right? Next thing. So if you do buildings, you know that every part of architecture is a language, right? It's a language. We use parts of stuff to create a building, right? It's a convention, right? We call something a pillar. Something is a window. It's a language, right? You have to understand that Masons were originally builders, right? Or they claim to be architects since they worship the grand architect, right? So everything is language in architecture. That's what we study, right? We study languages. We study, American architecture as American built language, right? Romanian architecture, the way Romanians crystallize their language in built form, right?
Okay, we get it.
So everything is language, right? Whether we speak it or build it, it's intention because they know it's energy. It's the intention the people put it in what they make, what they say, what they think. That's where the battle is at the language level. And right now it's pretty obvious because of the way they change definitions. They're changing so damn fast. For instance, architecture used to be defined one way. It is defined for us as architects one specific way. You can't debate it. But to the general public, the definition has changed in the last 5 years. Just the term architecture means a different thing now than it did when I finished architecture school for the general public, which is mind-blowing. Now men can be women, for instance. That's how they get us with language, because if we have a language barrier, okay, we speak different languages, I refer to a term and you don't understand my term, you won't understand my point entirely. So that's how they use it in pseudoscience. There's in every paper they ever make, there's the first part of the paper, which I'm making myself, which is definitions. So you define exactly what you want to say with that word for the rest of the entire book, right? But people don't read that chapter, they usually skip it. And then they can make inferences and quote the quote-unquote scientist and misrepresent what he's saying, but it's a literal quote. You understand? That's what they're getting at. That's where they get their twisted, warped way of informing. But when you go to a university level and write a PhD, you have to have that definition chapter. And you can even take my paper, for instance, and take something out of context and say I'm talking about tradition. And for you, tradition may be something else than what I have defined it for the purpose of that paper. That's how they did it. That's how they can claim gravity, relativity, and everything else and still keep themselves clean, because they haven't lied, really. They told you what their definition was, and it may or may not be applied in the way that they have continued the research. Do you understand? Everything is language. That's it. That's basically it.
Alrighty, Van Zandt, what do you build, by the way?
Custom homes and outdoor living spaces.
When you are building, do you take into account
Hey, Chrissy, check your mic.
Chrissy from Romania. Okay, she cut off.
Thanks, host.
When you're building, do you take into account for the motion of the earth?
No. I will actually, no, I take in effect on Earth. So I have to take in for wind load, snow load, things like that.
Wind load, but not the motion of the earth load, right?
No, no. No, that we go back to the basics Newtonian, which we still apply, which is, weight and gravity. So we have to take what our loads can handle, right? Just like, bridge collapsing for too much weight, etc.
Well, for everyone listening, that's two builders there now saying that they do not account for the motion of the earth, which would be quite important, I would think, being that it's bulging our seas.
I thought the storyline was that gravity bulges that, not motion.
I believe it's the outward force of this. Again?
Centripetal.
Yeah, centripetal outward force of the spin, the rotation.
They're saying that gravity pull on the water, and then
the
earth spins within the water.
I got you. Yeah, I got you.
It's weird because they say that the atmosphere spins with the surface of the earth. So
yeah,
how can the atmosphere spin with the surface of the earth while simultaneously the earth is spinning within the water? Something not saying within the same frame of reference.
Wait, did you just say what I thought you said? You said what if the atmosphere is spinning? Did you say why wouldn't the oceans be spinning in that direction? Because that's what I was asking the other day.
They say that we experience tides because the moon and the sun is kind of like pulling on the water into like an ellipse, and then the actual earth itself is spinning in that water. So we're experiencing a tide, but really the earth is just spinning within an ellipse of water.
But think about it. If the atmosphere is supposedly spinning generally in one direction with the earth, even though the only time you'd ever know that it's actually in sync with the earth is when it's not, there's no wind. So it'd be a not wind that's spinning in the perfect sync somehow, but it's not in perfect sync at the same time. But then what is it? Why wouldn't the oceans all have one direction then of with the spin, right? Don't you think the water would flow in that direction then? Wouldn't that affect the
you would
water's
think so.
direction? Yeah.
They said, well, you would think that the water would spin with it, but there's
With
tides.
the motion of the earth, it would have to.
Yeah.
All in one direction.
Yeah, especially if it's intense enough to cause a bulge.
Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous. The whole thing's laughable. It's laughable in every way.
The sun got anything to do with it. I think they just say that the moon is. So it's like it's being pulled in one direction, but on the opposite side of the earth, it's also got a tide. Like what's pulling it in that direction? A lot of weird stuff going on with that. Shane just did a dope review on tides since his opponents for the debate backed out. You can go check that on Journalism channel.
Yeah, I listened to him talk about it, I think, in the Aether Cosmology Discord yesterday or the day before. A few days. This is a week some point. I don't remember. My days I do crypto at night and I can build during the day, so I don't get much sleep, but my days are crossing over. But yeah, I was chilling.
You know how that is, man. We going 24, 48 hours sometimes.
I know. I don't know how y'all do it. I would used to come on here and be so worn out from work that I don't know, and y'all think I'm crazy, but it'd be getting hot in here, and I just fall asleep listening to it. Just pass right out in 5 minutes. You know, the mistake was laying down in my bed to get comfortable after work. No, dude, I'm old man. I'm old man status. I'm out. So I learned if I want to listen up, I gotta be up, sitting up, standing up, doing something.
I'd like to go back to the motion because that's where most of your problems are. To maintain a globe, and this is the part that I don't understand why people don't get it. You talk about motion. To be in motion, you have to say, well, we can't feel it. We can't measure it. We can't see it other than watching the stars move and saying, well, that's really us moving. So you're seeing something else move, but you're saying, well, no, it's not really it moving, it's me. But you can't feel it and you can't measure it. And I don't think anyone can create motion that cannot be measured. I mean, it's like, can you create a car that moves and that velocity can't be measured? But yeah, that's what they tell us. That's why we have relativity now, because every attempt to measure Earth's velocity, it fails. It's not there. Everything occurs as if the Earth is at rest, is one quote. Even Einstein himself said it, and so what it comes down to is to hold on to the Earth is moving in space, moving through space, not making the reference to space, but just the Earth is moving through space. We can't measure it. We can't feel it. So everything that should be able to be done, you should feel motion. We're in an elliptical orbit, which means that we have to slow down and speed up. That in itself is acceleration, deceleration, acceleration, because it's not a perfect circle. And you should have to take into account buildings and everything else if the Earth is moving, because they claim that the Earth itself is an oblate spheroid. Why? Because it spins. And so it bulges at the middle. It's pulling out at the middle and it's flattening on the ends, right? So it affects everything except what we do. We can't measure it. We can't feel it. We don't have to build for it. I mean, for all intents purposes, they're saying, yeah, all this is happening, but don't worry about it. It's never going to interfere with your life. You're never going to, you're never going to feel it. It's as if you're perfectly still. And I say, or we're just perfectly still.
What do you say about the moon, Ken?
I have a question for
Oh,
him.
never mind. Let Proud go.
So Ken, I don't know if you watched the full debate with Infowars. Anybody could chime in on this, but Winston said something that was interesting to me when he was talking to Harrison about how like the Earth could be theoretically spherical and it could also be stationary. So geocentrism. We talk about geocentrism all the time, but I was under the impression that the only reason why Earth is a oblate spheroid is because of the motion. So it's not independent. It's not exclusive. What's the word? I don't think it's analogous. But basically, we need the motion of the Earth in order to have the oblate spheroid. So with geocentrism and having a spherical Earth, is it because the Earth is not oblate? Is it a perfect sphere, or can you have a spherical Earth that's not in motion and still line up orbitally, mechanically?
I think we can, because of the kinematics. Everything above us, they say is kinematic, right? It could work on a globe or a plane. So I think if that's the case, it could be, but it would still be geocentric. Ken?
Yeah, I still have a hard time with the globe because I've listened to Dr. Robert Bennett, and all his arguments are really solid.
Facts.
Geocentrics,
I like that guy.
geocentrics is well, a geocentric globe, put it that way. Makes a lot of sense because it takes into account that we are not moving, which comports with what we can measure and what we can see and what we can feel. But I lose the globe when it comes to the fact that we can't measure the curvature,
Yep.
over bodies of water where, we should be able to measure it. I understand it on land. If the Earth was all land and just really tiny bodies of water, I would say, with the topography, it's going to be difficult to tell. But, we have large bodies of water, standing water that measure zero curvature. And so I have a problem with that curvature. But one thing I've always thought, and if you subscribe to the Bible as what this place might be, if you don't worry about what I say, but we could almost have a globe. It's the exterior, and we live on a plane within the interior. But outside of that, I just don't see it. We're not moving. I can't imagine anyone being able to create anything that can move that you can't measure that movement, that you can't measure that velocity. I can't imagine.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just
Check Da Vinci's Jesus representations, and you'll see him. He was a Mason, but that's besides the point. He actually quit being a Mason at one point. That's another discussion. But he always pointed Jesus not with an orb, the way the other Renaissance Mason painters of the time, but he did it using orbs that don't act like orbs like glass orbs or translucent orbs that don't act like real glass. And he was very keen on representing reality, but he never represented the globe that Jesus has as would a real globe in reality would. So he knew that the assumption of the globe was false in itself, even though that was the consensus in his circle of believers or something like that, if you can call it that.
Who is this?
Yeah,
Is it
I'm with
possible
Ken.
that is it possible that if it was a larger ball than they told us it was, that's where the spherosity is lacking for a curve?
That's where I was going next. I was gonna say I'm with Ken. Like I lose it at curvature, but if that's just the reported curvature, right? So we're refuting the curvature that they're claiming. However, if the curvature is vastly magnitudes larger than that, If what we're on is magnitudes larger than that, then I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be plausible.
Because there's finite.
Be.
It's finite space. We mapped the space we had except Antarctica, so it's finite. You can only wrap it around the specific kind of ball. You can't use a bigger ball because you don't have the space for it. It's warped already, but you can't warp it more. You understand? It's wrapping the fabric on a ball. You need extra fabric that we don't have. You understand? That's why it's flat.
I kind of disagree though, because if they're mapping what's here and what we know of, but there's stuff outside of that, which is kind of like the flat Earth model. There may or may not be stuff outside the ice wall there. Then I don't see why it wouldn't continue.
That's supposition, and that's what they do. We shouldn't do the same.
Well, no, there was a theoretical question. She was asking, is it possible? Is it plausible? I believe it
With
is.
our knowledge, is not. With everything we've studied, like maps and architecture and mapping and surveying, it's impossible. This is the finite Earth, and it's finite till Antarctica, where they don't let us measure anything.
But you haven't measured Antarctica, so to claim that you know what's in Antarctica or outside Antarctica, if it's a ring, then that's a presumption, is it not?
I didn't make any presumptions on Antarctica at all.
You just
I
said
just
you
said
know the
that
fixed land.
this is the fixed
The
land,
finite.
except the finite land and sea.
How can you say it's finite if you don't know what's outside Antarctica?
Because we don't know what's outside, so we can't
Then you
make
don't know.
suppositions. But you can't make suppositions because that's where this whole problem has started. They make suppositions that weren't based on anything. So we shouldn't do the
You're
same.
doing the same by saying you know all of the finite land, but if there's something outside Antarctica and you don't know it, then you don't know it. So that would be a presumption.
You're also presuming it's a globe if it's extra land.
No,
too.
she asked a theoretical question.
So
this was a thought exercise.
So we can't ignore the motion or the curve because in our model, in the heliocentric model, you need both. Like it's just not moving. So you need the motion as well as the curve of the Earth that you're supposed to be accounting for. They gave us the radius, Chrissy, so that's why we can't just say it's a bigger ball because everything, all their calculations work alongside the ball this size. So that's why we can't say it was bigger. That's why it's not detecting curve. But for them, if they wanted to just adapt geocentrism all of a sudden, what would they have to throw out? They would have to change the radius. The orbit of Earth would have to change if we were in orbit. I definitely think I should go look at some more of Robert Bennett's work because I wonder if he has a size for what he thinks the Earth is. If he thinks it's bigger, because that's what I'm saying basically. If we need the Earth's motion because that's how we accounted for it. We can't say it's stationary because it's not big enough. Then how can his model be viable stationary as a sphere?
It's a good question because he's not a flatty, right?
Right. So he has to find some way for Earth to be a spherical ball without motion.
Yeah.
Still
That's
having
a good question.
It all hinges on elevation angles to Polaris. And that's why they have the radius that they have. They need the equator to be exactly 5,400 nautical miles on land. And that gives them everything they need. They have it based on a curve, whereas we have it based on a straight line. So that's where we differ in elevation angles to Polaris. But everything's based on that. Everything in the heliocentric model is based on elevation angles to Polaris. And if you change that, if you change the radius of the Earth from 24,901 miles to say 250,000 miles, so we got a 250,000 mile circumference. That throws off every single measurement they have. they would have to rebuild everything from there, because everything's based off of the center of the earth to the center of the moon, or the center of the earth to the center of the sun. Everything's based off the center measurements. That's the way their maths work. But everything is based strictly, in the first case, off of elevation angles to Polaris. And that those distances can be measured. You know, you can move a certain distance away from Polaris, and it's a measurement that you can actually measure. 1 minute of movement is 1 nautical mile, or 1.15 miles. So that's something that you can actually verify where you're at. As a matter of fact, you can take an elevation angle, if you can see Polaris, that is. You can take an elevation angle to Polaris, and you can actually go 1.15 miles due south of it and take another elevation angle, and there's going to be 1 minute of difference in the elevation of Polaris. So they can't really change the size of their globe, no more than we can change, you know, the size of a flat earth. I mean, you just can't, you know, what we know, the part that we know, you can't really change that. It's going to be the same all the way around the equator, from the center to the equator, no matter where you are on Earth. It's the measurements are going to be the same. So they have to stay within that confine. And where you get your where they get their globe from is they apply the celestial sphere, because that's how we see the sky. We see it in a hemisphere shape. The very top of us is the top of the dome, and out 180 degrees are the walls of it, per se, but it's a spherical shape that we view the sky in, but only a half sphere. And they take those measurements and they translate it to the ground that you're standing on, and saying we live on a globe, because you can transfer that shape just by looking. So that star way over there near the horizon, you know, that's down on this side of the ball right there. You know, it's wrapped around the ball. They have space wrapped around a ball. And really, we're a plane. And if you look at any if you take any classes whatsoever, even if you just go on the internet and start looking at elevation angles to stars and stuff, you'll notice that the observer is standing on a plane, and all observations are taken, and they use what do they call it, right ascension and declination, which sounds like fancy words, but it's nothing more than longitude and latitude lines. That's it. That's all it is. It's a way of mapping out the sky. This direction here, we have 0. And you got a 360-degree view all the way around you, right? Just like your longitude lines, 360 degrees all the way around you. And then you can go up and down, which would be like your equatorial line, or not latitude lines. Okay? And it's everything is based off of optics of the sky. You believe you're walking around on a ball because somebody looked at the sky, and the sky has this shape, and we give the same shape to the earth, and it works.
Well, who believes they're walking around on a ball?
Well,
you're in a flat earth space, buddy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, there are people who believe that it's a ball. Van Zandt here says he still believes it's a ball, but
oh yeah, that's right, Van Zandt. You still Come on, we got to get Van Zandt to wear our T-shirt, man.
Yeah, he's on the fence. He's on the fence.
That motion. That's why Ken was addressing all the motion.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of T-shirts. Okay. All right, cool. Hey, speaking of T-shirts, I did promise. I made a bet. You can put it on blockchain. You can hold me to it. If Flurfcoin hits $100 million market cap. No, excuse me, when it hits $100 million market cap, I made a bet that I would wear a T-shirt. Any of you guys can make it. You can make it as gay as you want, but it's going to say space is fake and gay, and I'm going to wear it for 365 days that year. Every fucking day. That's my bet. I'll stand on it. Whatever you want, you can put it on a chain, you can drag me out. But I'd said, man, if this really happens for us in this project, because we're just trying to build awareness to the movement, awareness to the truther side of things, flat Earth, whatever. And I was like, man, I would do that. It would start up so many conversations. It might piss some people off, but I don't really care.
Nice. Oh shit. 365.
Flurf on Soul. Yeah, I won't plug that too much, but I would just want to say I appreciate the Banksy and what he's doing and where he's coming from and what he's trying to do for the community. And as you can see, there's some folks in the crowd. There's Death down there. He got a custom PFP. There's Rissa. Donna Trump was in here, and they're just part of the community. And we just love these Flurf characters. It was a great way to own the name and turn it into something wonderful. He's got awesome vision, and it's been a phenomenal community. I've got to know so many of you guys on a more personal and intimate level, and it's just been something new, and it's just a great. I didn't start this. I wasn't even looking for it. I got recruited and put into a position I didn't ask for, and I was like, cool, I'll just do it, and I'm having a great time and enjoying it, and it's been nice to rock these Flurfs throughout Twitter. Every time we go into a space in crypto, they ask what that is. Every single time, the spaces just evolve into flat Earth conversations, and sometimes debates, and sometimes it's total debauchery. And it's like, just show up with the PFP, and all of a sudden we break down all their spaces. It's so funny.
That's what's up.
Even the Globies want to be Flurfs. Y'all see this?
Yeah, we got a couple Globies that have Flurfs. They're unwavering in their support of the globe and in trolling, and so they've got custom PFPs that kind of break the frame of the original Flurf PFP to kind of signify who they are. Like Dr. Heckle has one, but he's got the troll face over it. Make sure he was branded.
The troll face.
Yeah, so you should find his profile picture, just Dr. Heckle, and see what his Flurf PFP looks like. He loves it. He absolutely loves it.
I'm gonna do my own Flurf PFP with Bitcoin ordinals. That's what I'm gonna do.
Hey, remember, Damien, we were talking a while back about getting that Truther Foundation up and logging things on chain. Well, this is an opportunity that's kind of pre-baked with an economy already running for Flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And so we just got to write contracts, plug in the token, and it has.
Do you know anybody?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We got a pocket full of devs and designers, and we're now building a movement, and we've started to breed an umbrella and called DGen Diamonds, which is kind of an umbrella for projects. And there's it's actually all moving, man. We kind of go with this retarded like, and it works out really well. So if you wanna smoke with us a little bit, let us know, and we'll get you in the fold.
I'm gonna have to. For everybody listening, what he's talking about, Truther Foundation is something I was trying to start a while ago, to use crypto to fund scientific projects within this community, so we can start getting our own experimentation done to verify things. So yeah, man, I'm gonna hit you up about that for sure.
Yeah, dude, I would do it. I'll get you an invite to the community chat. It's kind of back and forth, crypto and flat Earth, but it's a home for people that want to be a part of this community and bring awareness to flat Earth or the Truther movement or whatever. Or for those that just want to speculate and be degens in crypto and make a little money on the way. So yeah, I mean, there's plenty of those out there. I'm one of those also. So I like the economy that we're building. It's already growing. So there is, we've got a wallet that we deposit funds in, and we were talking about the adding this up, like Globe Slayer and my trip to Antarctica just to go down there. Like, how do we fund that, right?
How do we fund it, right?
Well, this is the way you fund it. If people, invested $50 into the idea that we're going to come together and do this, and then within 6 months the market climbs and that $50 worth 500. Well, guess what? Now we have funds as a community, regardless of what side of the coin you stand on, pun intended. We now have the funds to fund that with, and people can vote, and there could be, there could be a DAO aspect to it if you want to go down that route. But ultimately, it's like, how do we keep this trustless and permissionless and autonomous and have fun and experiment and just and how do we do it? And look, we leverage the backs of the crypto markets to do that, right? Because degens are going to degen, charts are going to chart, and these things will jump from a $20,000 market cap to a $200 million market cap overnight. And when that happens, you've got the funds to do all kinds of you'll have enough money if you put in enough money in the project to take one of those space flights. That's how serious this is.
I know how it is. I trade, my man, so I understand completely. Yeah, so I'll hit you up about that.
Word up, I appreciate it, man. I won't shill anymore. Flurf coin for Banksy's behalf. He's out running a 5K, so y'all give him props. That dude doesn't run. He smokes all day. He doesn't run.
Shout out to Banksy. Oh snap! All kinds of characters in this space, huh?
Yeah, Banksy's awesome though. He's a really good guy. He's young, and I've got a deep foray into this game. I'm building a huge company back in 2015 to 2019. So it just kind of worked out. It was like, as Banksy told Sacred and Proud Flurf the other night, it was serendipitous, man. It's like faith. It's like all the stars, pun intended again, all the stars aligned. It just worked.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice when things just come together, man. Deploribus, you Globy or Flatty? Okay, I guess neither. Well, I still want to know what everyone thinks about the moon. Like last week, I talked about some stuff, them ricocheting things off the moon in 5 seconds. And is anybody able to really disprove that, or are we just hand wave dismissing it?
You talking about the Globers that posted the moon in the eclipse?
Nah. I'm talking about the observatory, the green, what's it called, Green Oak or something like that observatory, that where they send radar and receive it, and this is one way that they measure the distance to the moon. So it's something like 450, I think, 400 something kilometers, 400 something thousand kilometers, I think. So yeah, I mean, if we're talking local moon, but they're bouncing stuff off and saying it's 450K away, is that what we're considering local moon, or is it supposed to be more local than that? And if it's supposed to be more local, then are we finding a way to disprove these measurements? Because these are measurements according to them.
I need to write something down before I forget it. I would want to see them test sending whatever frequency they are up to the moon. I want to see them test it on Earth through different atmospheres, through a thick gradient, to see if they could see how it speeds up or slows down.
I never did. I said I was going to email them. I did forget to email them. I got to write that down. Anyone with a disproof of radar travel and ricochet?
Did they mention the ionosphere in what you read?
No. The funny thing, the thing is, they don't give a lot of breakdown on it on the website. That's why I wanted to email them for like more information, because it gives you a couple basics. Yeah, we did this, we did that, and this is how it works. But that's really it. So I do want to email them to get and see if they'll give me a more detailed explanation of like what their process is, what what times that they're doing this and how often, and if any of the data is public that I could look at, because maybe we could get Stone to look at it. He's really good with data.
Are they still sending trillions of photons to the moon and only getting back 4?
Hey,
Not even 4.
What did Keon say earlier? I'm not gonna get into that.
He's trying.
Who else is here? We got who's Justin C.
Yo, Keon must have had he might have had the line of the night.
Line of the night, man. He can use it a couple times too. And the mental gymnastics. That was him too.
Not mental gymnastics. Oh, I also gotta write down categories.
Does anybody here believe Ben Carson? I know Keon probably does. I think his name is His name is Ben Carson, right?
What he did?
He's the what's the name of his joint? Forbidden Knowledge. You don't know this guy?
Yeah, I know that dude. Yeah, he globe earther though.
You fucks with him? Yeah, he's a hard globe because he believes in space and all that. So
I mean, some stuff, some with the ancient history type stuff, like but
Yeah, so he interprets the whole Sumerian thing as like straight up aliens, like they were aliens, bro, and they came here and they did what they did. All right, so anybody else into that or no?
No. How old do you think Earth is?
Bro, I don't even have anything that could fathom that, I guess. I have no idea. Because I don't believe in I'm not religious. I don't believe in the creation myth story of like a singular God just poof manifesting the earth and everything in it. I believe it's more of a informational transfer that's creating everything. And I believe consciousness and our consciousnesses may have some role in that and in maintaining it all. I don't believe it's a singular being. So yeah, for me, I don't have a guess on that.
I didn't realize that I was supposed to have a guess on that until a globe earther started attacking me for being a young earther or something. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But you've heard about Tartaria. You've heard about like the ancient civilizations that were here and then they built on them.
At first I kind of dismissed that too, but I mean, there's so many maps where they're listed clearly on these maps. And then what I found out, I forgot exactly where I read it too, but I remember reading that a number of Tartarian areas, they had red hair, some of them, especially royalty. Fair skin, red hair. And so what I'm thinking is that's the connection to the elongated skull people who are also fair with red hair and were always in royalty for some odd reason. Why were they always in royalty? In Egypt they were in royalty. In South America they were in royalty because they find the same skull patterns in some of the Inca royalty. And then in Asia, over there in China, with the Mongols and Genghis Khan is rumored in some books to have reddish hair and be quite light as well. Chris Maria, what's up?
Good day, every day. I want to talk something about the levels of our world. because something has been bugging me from start of on, because you have in old maps, they show the world as two planes. And if you look at the world, everything is mounted around Polaris. But I think the equator zone, that is the passover from the one plane to the other plane, because everything I live in the Netherlands, and everything around us goes up, nothing goes down. So if the North Pole is the top of our world, everything should be going down instead of up. And if you look at what NASA shows us with the sun and with the poles, that it pushes like an oscillation. It pushes in and out like a blowtorch. And I think the poles, our poles, because the North Pole is smaller than the South Pole, I think it is a movement. It's like a suction that goes up and down, that creates the pressure, that creates the heat also, and that is what creates our energy that is in our world. So
interesting concept. I'd love to have a visual on it, but yeah, interesting concept.
Yeah, I've been trying to let AI draw it, but all I get is turtles. So I would love to see something with 4 planes that moves closer to each other and goes out of each other, because that would explain also the tides going one side and coming back again, because it's a suction.
Would that be able to be explained with vortexes, you think, like magnetic vortexes?
Yeah, but if you look at what water does, when a vortex in water gets created by heat, and our world's heat doesn't come from our sun, it comes from below us. That's why I also think when you go up high up in the sky, at a certain point the stars disappear. I've been looking into superfluid helium also for a while, and it has for electromagnetic radiation to reflect all over the ceiling. It could be going from one center point, and either cosmology is looking into some. Yeah, I forgot the name. I'm really bad with names and that sort of shit, but that talks about a ring of fire, a dark ring of fire, and a bright ring of fire, but they are stuck together. But when you look at the sun and the moon, you often see that it is 2 shapes close together. And especially lately, when you look at the moon, sometimes you see a double moon, just one moon and just in front of it. But the writings of that cosmology thing say they are stuck together, and somehow they are opening up. So like they talk about space gates and everything, that's the opening of. I think that we create from the inside and go out, because everything, if you look at Europe, it's a very young continent, because everywhere in the world we have very old trees, very big trees that are petrified with like fossils. But in Europe, we don't have that. So that's the last land that has been created. It used to be sea here. It's just like with the lost continent of Mu in the Hawaii area, that sunk to the ground. I think everything comes because we are in a very big circle. And if you look at the star signs, we go from fish to Aquarius or something. I'm not sure what, but I think once in so many years, the clock turns a little bit, because Vedic cosmology also said we move 4 miles in a year. That's very little, but that could be very good, right? Because we move in the star signs. It's like we move in a very big circle of water.
Yeah. Interesting. What do you mean by 2 planes?
I mean, the 2 solids in the old map you have in the center part, you have 4 solids present within the mountain ring, and I think we are just that small part of the world, and everything outside is where we can't go, because if you look at radar, it uses the 60-degree radiance system, but that's the old system that the Sumerians and the Egyptians and everything, and somehow we started using the 90-degree. But the 90-degree is the top of the ceiling, because the sun moves between the 2 planes. That's the counter space in between. in the toroid.
Yeah, a lot of people don't really speak about the counter space, and I mentioned last week that that actor actually developed an entire model taking into account the counter space that you find in the toroid and the flower of life. And his claim is that the universe forms the bodies that we see, the entities that we see, so we call stars and planets and whatnot. That they don't, that it's not a bunch of stuff, you know, coalescing as someone was pointing out earlier. And Flat Earth Dave was talking about, you know, trillions of giant masses of gas just coalescing and compressing. That's, he's saying that's not that's not how it happens at all. Yeah, I would check out his video if you can. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, but if you look at biology, even the cells in our body, it is one cell that splits in two identicals, and those split up also again, each one in two identicals. That's how creation goes. It's division in equal parts that creates something, and it's the locking of particles that make up the matter.
Yeah. Do you know anything about fractals?
No idea.
Oh, you gotta look into, for anybody in the chat who hasn't looked into fractals and how the universe and just about everything, all life operates in fractals, bro. That'll blow your minds if you've never looked into it.
Alan never told you about Fractal Woman, D3?
No, Alan? No. What's Fractal Woman? What's this?
She's a YouTuber. I think she's a flat earther. She might be a globe earther, but that's her name. Her name is Fractal
Okay,
Woman.
I'll
But
check.
she got a lot of content on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking
I've
her
seen
up
them
right
before.
now. You've seen what? Fractals?
Fractal Woman?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see them. We can see them all over the place in nature.
No, smoke some DMT and you will see nothing but fractals. But yeah, it's
Now,
like
I'm not lying.
you can
Hey,
see
let me ask
a
you
new
a question.
language in everything around you if you have the balls to open your eyes while you're doing it. But yeah, like that whole experience, you think you know what you know because you can see what you see and you're pretty confident in what you know. But you don't until you experience that. It completely blows your mind what the mind is capable of seeing through things and inside of things. It's crazy.
I don't know if you ever done mushrooms, but when I do mushrooms, it's been 20 years or so now, but everything starts to breathe, and you see the biofield that surrounds them. And colors and everything gets so much brighter, and it's just like you feel the nature.
That's exactly what it does. That's exactly what it does. There's a different variation of mushrooms that are called blue meanies that are not the standard cubensis. They're a lot stronger. They grow naturally in Florida and in tropic areas. But that specific one will give you what's called the Aztec experience. And so you see the Aztec language and fractals with those. They're very light. You have to go hard on them. But that's the only variation that I know of, and I got to experience that first of the year, and there is absolutely true that those specific ones will let you see those specific things.
So let me ask you a question. When you see them, in what way do you interpret them to be real, and do you feel like they're forming a fabric of everything?
Well, yeah, because like from the mushroom perspective, everything you're seeing is there, right? You're not in like some weird la la land like DMT. Like you're aware of yourself. Like you can have an ego death on those things, but your brain, because the way our eyeballs work, that whatever we're seeing comes in backwards and upside down and whatever, right? And our brain reinterprets it and gives us
right? Yeah.
So now this is seeing them. This is seeing everything that you're naturally seeing, but it comes with a pattern attached to it, and everything has movement to it. And like she said, just nailed it on the head. It's breathing. It's moving. DMT on the other side is a different experience for me every time. And there was one moment where everything was a language. So I hate to use the cliche Matrix, but I was sitting outside one time in mid blast off sunny afternoon last year, and everything was a language. Everything was a code. Everything was everything has like it's like you were seeing. It's like if you were able to read DNA from just your human self without having to use. It's like there was this code there. It's a language I couldn't understand, but every single thing was the language. So there's a parallel there. But I also didn't know I was even alive in that moment. I just remember it. And that stuff's so strong, it just takes you out of this world.
I mean, that kind of coincides with kind of like how I think about things, right? Everything, there's an information input that's ordering everything in our universe, you know. Electromagnetism has an order to it in its frequencies, and certain frequencies do certain things, you know, and they produce certain phenomena. So there's an order to it all, man.
Yeah, I think that's what our DNA is, because some things you just know by nature. That's that arts. You just know how they work. You never learned them in this world. That's like my medical knowledge is way beyond the things I learned. Sometimes I look up things, and I thought about it before, and what I thought is exactly what I find in the books, and that's so strange because I never learned it, but I just know. That's the knowledge we carry in our DNA from past lives, or even from our whole family tree. Because like the
Akashic
trees,
records.
the trees
I was just
are
gonna say.
yeah, the Akashic records. That's in ourselves. That's the knowledge we get from our Creator within. For knowledge, basically, you just have to turn in to know what is right and what is not, what is wrong.
Yeah, it's how baby tortoises know to run to the sea when they're on the shore, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's your inner. In
That's it.
in 2020, I had a feeling because I had to go for my checkup for my uterus cancer research, and something in me kept saying, "Chris, you need to go," and I went, and it's a good thing I went because it turned out to be a carcinoma of 1.4 millimeters. If I didn't went, I would have been dead at the moment.
Right.
So but I always felt that God is within you. That's the light that feeds all. That's the proton. That's the thing that gives us the fire to make all the connections.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of what a lot of Christians mistake about the Bible with Jesus, right? The way I interpret it is that's exactly what he's saying. He's one with the Father, as in it's all within himself, you know.
Yeah, he's the light. He's the light. He's the light within us.
But the main thing is that Jesus says the only way to the Father is through him. So yeah, it's I agree that you can find a lot of truth inside you, but I think like Jesus said, you do have to get access, complete access to greater understanding. You got to go through him. Is what I think.
Yeah, but what he meant by that is he showed us the way to live by being not egocentric and to care and to love everything around you.
So
he showed us a way to live that way, and that's the way through him.
So Chris and Van, with the experiences you guys have had, in those experiences, did you have a different interpretation of what the Earth is? So I know you saw all these different things and these geometries and these words or whatever, things like that. Did it give you a different interpretation of what the Earth actually is, or the sun or the moon?
As a kid, I
Gave
always.
me.
Oh, you go, Van.
It gave me. I'll say this, and I don't want to disrupt anyone's thoughts or beliefs or systems, but it completely ripped religion out of my soul, and it completely made me a far more deeper spiritual person. Because and here's something I'll add to this, which is parallels it. If they lied to us now, they're surely lied to us then, right? So and when those who win the war write history books, right? So it's like I don't trust everything that is in the books. How can you trust that? I know we say it's from God and everything, and then I learned, Paul said in his own words, these are my own words. You know, he states that in the Bible. It isn't inerrant from Paul's perspective and what was added to that. Now, who added that? Who controlled that canon? Who controlled what we see is the reason why I'm like, okay, there's far more to this than we're actually putting into. I can understand the belief and the spirituality of creationism and those things like that, but it ripped religion away from me completely. I won't touch any of it anymore because I see the dehumanization of people across every sect, across every spectrum, across every millennia that we see in history, the destruction of others based on a belief they didn't fully even know it was a story told to them. So the story of space, the story of religion, that's how I see it. I came to that through that, which made me a freer man. I don't live in institutional guilt anymore. I don't live in this mindset that I have to. And it ripped my ego away. It like said, dude, who are you? And I told this to Sacred the other night. I'm like, I sat here and had a come to Jesus meeting with myself. And I use that phrase often because I'm from the South. But I was like, we got to get right, Jason. We got to get in the head here. We got to find out who we really are. We got to feel out what this matters to us, what it means to us. We got to get deep into this and really explore this and not just take it superficially. And I mean that by showing up to church and praying and reading the Bible and really digging in. And it just ripped me a new one, dude. That's the best way I can explain it.
Okay,
and
but
it let me know, like, so the earth became a spiritual experience for me. So it's not looking at it like as a shape or it fits a story of science. I don't care. I really don't care. I can sit here and ponder the wonders of the universe, and I can say, well, if there is a God, there is a deity, and he created Earth or this universe, which is very plausible. It's not out of the realm of improbabilities. You know, there would be no book about that person or that thing on this earth. Nothing. These are all man-made constructs. And that's just my opinion. And I came to that through that experience because I was able to see things I've never been able to see, understand, or comprehend as a created being, a stoned ape, however you want to see it. I wasn't able to connect any dots until that experience happened. And it grew a deep humanity for me, for others, deep kindness and compassion for others. And it's a process and a journey. So when I look at the ground I stand on, or I look at the sky that's above me, to me, it's a far more spiritual experience because of what it represents, the odds of our existence. If everything we've been told, or any part of what we've been told, is true, the odds of our existence are so astronomically outrageous that we exist in the forms that we exist in, that it's almost impossible to either deny a deity or deny the wonder in which we are as a species and the realm in which we inhabit.
Okay.
Right. So it's like I have this deep, profound. There's a lot to it, and we can get deep. I don't know if this is the space you want to do it in or the time, but that's just kind of where I'm coming from. And I know Chris wanted to answer, so I'll land there and let her chime in. But that's just where I'm coming from right now.
Copy. Yeah, I'm just like, it can go super deep, so I'm just trying to like keep it to the earth. Like so Chris, what was your experience? How did it change your view on earth? Did it enlighten you to earth in any different way?
Last
As
call,
a kid,
guys. Last call.
as a kid, I always knew that the Earth was flat and that we weren't rotating, because when I went to a fair with a fast ride going in circles, you get pushed to the outside, even in the playground with the things that you can turn around really fast and standing on. It throws you off. Everything in the world throws you off. So I used to bug my teachers with that till the point they said, just because it is. So I never believed their bullshit. But going into high school and everything, I just totally forgot, because it got me kicked out of class all the time. So at a certain point, I said, well, just leave it because I'm not getting anywhere. But with church, it was the same. As a kid, when I walked into church, I always knew it was not God's house, because it violates all his basic rules. He always said, do not idolize, and the church is one idolized. And so I
Right.
always felt that it was wrong, that it
I'm
was
not
not.
talking about church though. I'm talking about your experience with the shrooms.
With what?
The mushrooms.
Uh, It just made me feel with nature, because I'm always all over, and it makes me look into things, and it makes me see the base. Lets me see the whole construction of things. And
okay, so but it didn't really change.
with the air. You see the structure of the air, the molecules that are in it. You see it. You see the electromagnetic radiation, I think.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Shout outs, Mr. Xavier. What's going on, Chief?
What's this, psychedelic Saturdays?
Yo, you know what's funny, man, is I've tried to get to that level where you see things. Like I tried shrooms like 2 years ago, and they told me take this much and you're good. It's your first time. Boom. So I did it. I just got like relaxed, very relaxed. I didn't have anything super special happen. Then I tried it one more time with a little bit more. I took like I think it was 3 grams or something, 3.5 grams, and still just I've never seen what they're seeing. So I got to try what Van Zandt was talking about, that one particular mushroom.
Hold on. DMT. You talking about DMT? DMT ain't just something to try on the weekend.
No. I said
That's a whole
mushrooms.
ego death, my guy.
Yeah.
A whole ego
So,
death.
yeah. So the hero's journey, which Terence McKenna discusses, and so if you want to do any research beforehand, which I highly advise to anyone, I'll never tell anyone to eat them. I tell them to go read about. No, Terence McKenna is talking about mushrooms.
Okay.
And Paul Stamets as well. But they have books on these.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, it's called the hero's journey or the hero's dose. So you need at least 5 grams of a specific kind. And then people often say, if you're a beginner, use something like Yellow Teacher. If you're really going to ape into something hard, it's a horrible name, but if you look at the picture, it makes sense. It's called Penis Envy, which was a.
That's what I had, but I only did.
Okay, well those are twice as strong as normal, but maybe look, some people can eat mushrooms and not really, it doesn't affect them that much. They're just not in their DNA.
Especially if you already smoked weed before.
Yeah, but like DMT. But DMT is a quick trip. It's about 15 to 20 minutes and just about 10 minutes to kind of come back to reality. So it's about a 30-minute experience. It doesn't pull you in like mushrooms and keeps you down for hours and hours.
Mm-hmm.
But if you ingest enough, about 50 milligrams, you get the blast off.
Yeah.
So you have to ingest enough to do that. But once you do that, you don't exist.
Yeah.
You don't exist. The Damien.
I believe
I'm sitting in this living room in my house. Your name doesn't come up. Now you might have sounds, memories, thoughts that are part of your psyche, your spirit, your soul, things of your past that may chime in. But for the most part, those are gone too. You're in a realm that you are beyond wonderment of. Like you can't explain it. Some people are very vocal when they go there. So I'm not. I'm like dead asleep. I'm dead.
Yeah, that's how I was.
You're gone. You're gone, and then you slowly come back.
To the point where I was like one of those like meditators that can take like one breath and read 2-3 minutes or some shit.
Yeah, and don't ever do it. Don't ever go. Just anyone listening. Don't ever just buy some from some dude. And don't ever do it without someone there. My tripping buddy, she's my tripping buddy. She had a mild seizure last time.
Whoa.
And we had to figure out what was going on with her. And I come to find out that this bat she'd been sitting on for 2 years, and that's a no-no. You never sit on this stuff for that long, right? Just a little bit, and you do it, and then you move on. But it grows naturally in our environment. It grows naturally where I live. The mimosa root bark carries it. There's a lot of other forms of it, but they use chemistry to extract it and give it a concentrated form. And it makes me question, how did they find out how to create Aya? Because it's DMT plus a 5-amino inhibitor, which they had to combine 2 natural ingredients and make it a drink. How many people died to figure this out, right? So it's like, nobody was going around necessarily licking those toads, because that's the other side of Aya is the 5-AMO. But someone had to touch a toad and then put their fingers in their mouth or something, and all of a sudden they left the world for about 10 minutes and figured out that's how that works. So maybe that's how they learned it. But that if you ever want to explore, experiment, do your research, spend some time, find professionals, don't do it alone. and you will experience something that will show you a side of your brain at the very minimum, and what your brain is capable of. It's what's called your mind's eye, and then you'll understand what it's like to be a spirit, if you will. That's why they call it the spirit molecule. You'll understand what it's like to be a spirit, because you are in a realm with no way to talk, no way to listen, no way to interact. You can see these deities. You can't understand what they're saying. You're a spirit, and that's when you hear near-death experiences. That's what you hear about. These people become spirits or orbs of light, and they're in a sea of these orbs, and they can't talk, they can't hear, they're gone, but they now have all knowledge, and it's very akin to that. You get some knowledge that you can never get just as a standard sober human being. It's impossible without that experience.
Oh, for the mushrooms, if you the Dutch mushrooms are filios. I don't know it's for other mushrooms, but when you're having a bad trip, just drink some orange juice, vitamin C, and it will go over in a minute. You'll snap out of it.
Yeah, the bad trip is just so you know what that is. And I've never tested it. I've never had one. It's when you don't let go. When the trip comes on so hard that you're worried, because mushrooms will bring the anxiety out of you. It has the same psychological effect as weed does, where it makes you get in your head and feel a little anxiety and start to internalize. But it's a far deeper experience than that, and it comes with definitely some hallucinations if you eat enough, and it drags on for hours and hours and hours. But if you eat enough of them, like penis and I ate 10 grams my last journey with those. And I was in another realm for about an hour. It was the most euphoric feeling I'd ever experienced. Tears were just pouring out of my eyes. I was curled up on a couch. I didn't know where I was for that moment. I was crazy. My mind's eye was going nuts. And
it surely felt great.
it's not something it's not something I just like go do recreationally. I did this intentionally with purpose. It's called intent and setting, and I did it for purpose. I wanted to heal some of my psyche from being a Marine from the past, being in a really fucked up marriage, just the things you go through, and it helped process that for me, and it helped open me up to where like you start to shed some of your ego a bit, and you start to kind of see humans. You see their humanity. And it's like, I told this to Sacred the other night. It's like, I mean, if you don't fuck with a flat earther, that's fine, but they're still humans. And regardless of what you might believe or not believe, they're still humans. And regardless of your opinions of the shape of the earth, they're still humans. They're your brother and sister. They're part of your species. They're part of your tribe. And to assimilate away from them is one thing, but to deny their humanity is another. And that's like, you can't get to that place. I mean, maybe other people can. I couldn't without psychedelics, man, because I had strong opinions about things, and now I don't. Now I'm like, okay, let's watch them cook, or let's see what happens here. And I can still formulate strong opinions. I will always have a stance. I'll always back up and protect, those that need protecting. But it's just, I don't know, man.
It's crazy.
What
is in Christianity, for all the Christians in here. If you go back and you look at a lot of artwork and depictions in old and ancient Christianity, you will actually see mushrooms all over the place, especially like the little red cap ones that Mario eats.
Yeah, Rudis Macari. I got the name wrong. Yeah. Those don't actually make you trip a whole lot. They will a little bit, but they actually upset your stomach, and but they grow everywhere, and they're beautiful, and they stand out in the woods. The craziest thing, the largest living organism on our Earth is mycelium.
Right, in the Earth. Yeah. I've heard.
That's the largest living organism on Earth. There's nothing larger that lives, learns, grows than mycelium, which is mushrooms that lives in the peat, in the soil of our Earth. And they're smarter than humans when they need to, like, they tested this. They took the Japanese subway and they made a map of the Japanese subway of how humans created it. Then they put mycelium to grow over the map to see how mycelium would travel, because mycelium talks to mycelium. They connect. There's language there. There's literally more than just inert biological matter. There's a language encoded in them that allows them to understand to not go this direction and go, but you need to go this direction. And it's like insane to think about. And if anyone doesn't know about this, just study Paul Stamets and look up mycelium, and you'll start to understand these organisms live in our earth and have for probably longer than we have, and are smart. There's some intelligent there, or you might say intelligent design, but they are able to they were able to navigate the map and create more direct routes and paths than the Japanese were with their subway system. They made it much more efficient, and it would actually have worked if they had built it in that manner. Now, we're small-minded in that capacity, and we're disparate in the fact that we're an individual with an individual mind. But these things are individual but come together as one mind. So this is massive organism with one mind, and it's really cool to study.
Cool. Anybody with the hands up, y'all can go, because I think Proud said last call. So
I actually don't see any hands, but yeah, anybody jump in if you have anything else you want to add.
I wanted to add that ayahuasca is similar to DMT. In case people don't know, it's almost the same thing, but the thing is they add a lot to it to make it last hours. Like it can last freaking hours, maybe even almost a whole day. But and that can be dangerous, because like you're only supposed to be there for a little bit, because you only really need a little bit. And yeah, they put a whole bunch of other things to make it last longer. So
yeah, they mix it with 5-MeO, which is that chemical from the frog. And they mix them two together and make a tincture, which will then drag it out for 4 to 6 hours at maximum, on average 2 to 3 for most people. And then there's some recovery time. But in most instances, you're either going to shit your pants or vomit in those experiences. If you need some reference on that, you can go watch the Ron White Rogan podcast, and he talks about him getting off of alcoholism and how that process has kept him sober ever since. And he went back 2 or 3 nights in a row. Plus, there's some hilarious stories in his experience there. He went out of the country to do it. They do it in the country. You didn't hear that from me. There's ways to find it, but plenty of shamans and ceremonies, as they call them. But yeah, he went out of the country to do it. It's pretty dope.
Flat Earth Fridays is not encouraging you guys to do drugs. So I had to throw that little disclaimer in there before they clip us up.
Yeah, not financial advice and not health advice.
Entertainment purposes only, huh?
That's right. That's right.
So next week, episode 98. 99. We might break down Alan's debate next week. That we go into some detail about the sciences itself. Might have another topic, but I think we should take a break before 99, or at least 99. We should take a break, and then 100. We come back full swing.
Well, if you take a break on 99, then it won't be 100, would it?
I mean, break as in like not a deep, in-depth conversation, like not too much heavy.
My bad.
Especially if we do something fun for 100. Yeah, we ain't going nowhere, D3.
We could pick out. We could do a poll, pick out what the Van Zandt is gonna wear.
Yeah, I'm sure it would just be rainbow tie-dyed, and just hashtag spaces fake. I mean, if you go to Flurfcoin, this is Banksy's legit. You go to the Flurfcoin or whatever and look up at the contract, the description of the coin is hashtag spaces faking gay in one word. Like he was like, some other fellows in the group were like, hey man, do you think you want to change that? More professional. He was like, no, dude, spaces faking gay. That's the way it is. So I was like, all right, well then that's the shirt I'll wear.
Oh, got you. What ideas you working on, Proud?
I think we should do the award show for episode 100. I think that'd be fun. Only thing is, we can't even be sure the Globies will show up.
We'll have to do like a tweet out when they win an award. We'll tweet who won it.
We're gonna have to make a poll so you guys can vote on who should be nominated for that category.
Mm.
Are you guys doing? Are these called the Flatties? It's like Emmys, but they're the
Flatties.
All right, we will be nominating Globers.
What's the categories? Worst troll, best troll,
Yeah, stuff like that.
Most likely to talk shit in your mentions.
Most likely to become a flat earther, most likely to become a glober,
most likely to not do mental gymnastics.
I think that'll be fun. People will get a kick out of it.
People know Globe Slayer got suspended.
For what?
That's the Globe Slayer that debated FTFE and McToon.
Yeah, he got suspended.
What
I don't
for?
know what for yet. I've reached out to him on Discord, but
okay.
I don't know why.
Hey, I'll be careful calling these Globers pedos and everything else under the sun now. I don't know if that's what he did, but if you care about your accounts, be careful how you address these people and these mentions. We are level heads, so we do not need to attack first. But you run the risk of losing that account and getting it swiped. Y'all know Elon don't play that.
Elon's CEO don't play that. What's her name again?
Linda.
Linda, that chick.
She down there, no?
Yeah, Elon gets down with it. Linda don't. You know, he's still got to run an ad platform, or he just cheated $44 billion. But you know what's funny? He puts his stupid memes out there, and people are like, "Dude, you literally spent $44 billion to drop this meme on somebody," and he's like, "Yep, I did." Because you can't drop these memes in Facebook, Instagram, or any other platform. They won't just suspend you; they'll just take your account, dude. They'll put you in jail for weeks. They'll send you to you know, training camp, which they're starting to make you take classes or tests to like diversity hire kind of stuff does in corporations, like bro. to get your mind right.
So ridiculous, crazy.
You want to close us out, Vodka Soda?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to add my take on space travel real quick. I kind of fell asleep earlier and I forgot to. But what I think about space travel is that essentially because everything is breaking away, falling from each other, everything's moving away from each other. Essentially, it's by the time we even get to the nearest star, like because everything is just getting further and further away. By the time we get there, we won't. Everything else will be too far away, and like basically making space travel nearly impossible. Like if we wanted to do space travel, if we had the means, we should have done it like millions of years ago, like 1 billion years ago, when everything was closer together. You know what I mean? Like,
see, that's why I don't believe in aliens, because I don't believe a creature smart enough to have overcome space travel would come over here and die. But who knows? You never know. What if they did go?
So my take on aliens is they're interdimensional demons, and they made it with, or at least maybe it was the Nephilim or the spirits who fell down. They breeded with the women. Their spirits are still here. They became demons, and eventually, it's they have to do with the Cain bloodline as well, I think, and that bloodline uh, evolved into the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, and that's also why Jacob Rothschild has kind of an elongated skull. So I think these elongated skulls were the elite, and they were closer to the Nephilim slash reptiles, reptilian. You know, that's what I think is going on, possibly.
I've never looked at Rothschild's head shape, I'll be honest, but I think we should continue asking Globers if they think flat Earth is more ridiculous than reptilian people walking amongst us.
No, there's definitely some reptilian.
Uh-oh, you're a reptilianer?
But how could they believe wholeheartedly in lizard people, but not in a stationary topographical plane? If we didn't talk about astronomical, let's talk about astronomical.
I mean, I think it's possible that these reptilians are from underground, but they are like mixed with the Nephilim somehow. I mean, I'm not saying it's. I'm saying it's. I give it a possibility that it can coincide with the flat Earth. You know.
I wonder if people from the outer lands, if they're allowed to come over here. Me and Saker were talking about this. Like, if you do possibly get over to the outer lands, the only stipulation is you have to stay over there. So once you leave here, you can't come back and forth and go bring resources, and like they have rules over there in certain places. So when you go over there, you get stuck over there. I wonder if any of the quote unquote aliens have escaped from over there to come try to save us from over here.
But do you think
there's no extradition?
But do you think there's all these lands have other domes on top of them, or are we just is there just a dome only on top of our Earth plane, or is there like multiple domes covering that one that's like even bigger covering the entire lands? You know, like I don't know.
So I think because I specifically believe in like an infinite plane theory, I think my idea would be different. But yeah, I do think the dome covers all of us. I don't think we are just in our own little dome. And that's why it's not something that we could just see with our telescopes. It's a lot bigger than they want to believe. But yeah, some people believe in like singular domes around each land.
Because if it's just one big dome covering all the infinite, like all these planes, like have you seen you've seen the map with the infinite planes and talking about the extra land and the Anunnaki land and the Mars land and all these lands. So basically, you would have to cross all these lands to get to the one dome that's encapsulating all the entire existence. So that's why I'm thinking that like there should be more evidence of these extra lands, and or maybe they're just all hidden and we already know about it. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm thinking maybe there's the dome is covering just our land, just on the outer edge of Antarctica, and
Let me ask you a question. Have
yeah.
you researched where the word dome is coming into your lexicon here for this particular thing?
Well, I take dome and firmament as the same thing.
Okay, so have you translated the original Hebrew on that?
The original word of the firmament?
Hebrew.
Right. I probably learned it, but honestly, I don't remember it right now.
Right, so the reason I asked that is because there's a different translation, which, in my opinion, makes a lot more sense, and it's expanse, not dome. So
But then,
I just want to put that out there so you can take a look into it and see, you go check that out and then see if you reassess.
right. All right, cool. But then the dome, the firmament or whatever, is what also reflects uh, signals, right? Like satellite signals also work that way, like bounce off, and
Well,
That's the ionosphere
yeah, you're
for
talking
a
about
globe
something
model.
much more local than
but
what we're
isn't
talking
the
about.
dome and the ionosphere? Couldn't it be the same thing if it's around the same distance in height?
That's what we like to speculate, because
Yeah,
why else would the globe believe in a surface in the sky, you know?
exactly. Right. The spirits, the electricity, the lightning that
Mm-hmm.
comes, right? It looks like it's hitting the ceiling of something, some kind. So always found that interesting.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about mushroom clouds. Once somebody said that it looks like they're shooting something at the sky and then the mushroom cloud is created from the barrier that it hits, I can never see them the same.
Does the downward electrical vector go higher than the ionosphere though?
You mean the positive?
the downward gradient. So where does that top off? Right. So we've got 100 volts per meter or something like that, right? Going up,
Right.
upward. Where
I think
does
we
that?
only documented up to like 50 or 60 miles.
Okay, and so it tops off there. It doesn't continue, or it does continue. We just haven't measured.
Yeah, I think that's just where the last we documented. I don't know if we know past it.
Copy.
Could be wrong though.
Yeah, I think I could ask Wits about that. He might know.
I
He might have
heard
the same answer though. Yeah, what's up?
I heard 62 miles as well. Yeah, I remember hearing that.
Yeah, so then maybe I wonder if like Proud was saying, that's a speculation that we could maybe dig into.
What would we have to take up to measure?
I'm not sure. Some type of I don't know.
Electromagnetic.
Yeah, what do they call them? An electrometer? I have no idea. Voltmeter.
I'm gonna look on Amazon right now, D3. Put that bit right on my balloon.
All right.
There is a video out there that shows the electrical current coming off of the firmament, expanse, whatever you want to call it. But this was back in the 50s, and they did this. They had a plane that flew up there at the highest level that they could, closest to the dome. And also, you need to check out the fishbowl in the 50s as well.
Yeah, I know about the fishbowl thing. It seems very interesting. I don't know, how legit everything is about it, but it seems very interesting.
Project Fishbowl?
Yeah.
Shooting
Yeah.
bomb nukes at the atmosphere to test the ozone layer.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, the logical or the globe explanation itself doesn't really sound logical, so it sounds like cap to me.
I don't know. Man, they were doing something. Who knows what the hell they were doing, man? And it's hard to go back and see.
I read they were trying to strengthen the ozone layer to see the radiation or some shit.
Interesting.
Jump in, Bill.
Well, I got a question about this infinite plane here. How are we supposed to have air pressure if everything is infinite? We got to have a container.
Well, I don't know who's. Oh, I
We
didn't
still
say
have a
infinite.
container. Right. So I haven't really been able to like bounce this idea theory off with Sacred too much, but yeah, we would still have the container over the dome, and then it would just be a larger surface area that the atmosphere would be pressing off of, in my understanding.
It's got to end somewhere, though. It can't be infinite. It just can't go on forever.
Yeah, well, personally, I don't believe in an infinite plane. If you're dealing in a toroid, right? If we are in that center area, right? If we're on that plane, well, that plane does have a limit.
Does a toroid have a size?
Well,
Like,
yeah.
what's the radius of a toroid?
I guess that depends on the maybe the intensity, I would assume. Because I think that's how they measure it on the quantum scale, right? I think the charge, right? So the charge is essentially the field around that point, and then the so-called energy or the amount of charge is, I think, based on the intensity of it.
So what would be the surface area of the inertial plane?
You got me. I mean, there's different. I don't know. I haven't done my own experiments to see like what the actual shape of toruses are, and at different scales. And there's different kinds of toruses as well. So you have like the basic one where it's It's kind of like just you have like the hole on the top, the hole on the bottom that they connect in the center, right? The two vortexes, they connect in the center, and there's really no more geometry there. And then you have like a halfway one where the two meet in the center, but then there's an overlap that forms there, and it forms like a half cusp or something like that. And then there's another one where it actually forms into a sphere, so you have like a sphere inside the larger toroid in the center. So yeah, and then the two that come together, then you have that plane, right? So there's a bunch of different geometries that you get, and I haven't done my own experiments, and I haven't seen enough to kind of give a good answer on that. Anybody else?
The one question I have, can we possibly have a Gaussian surface made of gas, or has it got to be solid?
A Gaussian surface made of gas. That's interesting.
I think it would probably have to be superfluid or electromagnetic or something, some kind of barrier.
What is plasma?
Yeah, something.
Plasma. What is plasma considered?
Charged gas.
Charged gas?
Is it charged or superheated? Or both?
Maybe both.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've never actually looked really deep into plasma either.
When in doubt, ChatGPT will
There
help
you
you
go.
figure it out.
Sacred, you know anything about plasma, Sacred?
think that
There's
oxygen
multiple different
molecules.
versions of plasma. There's plasma in your blood.
Facts. So like I guess the space plasma, it would have to be.
Isn't it oxygen? Because in a plasma tube, they suck out all of the air, and they put a small amount of oxygen atoms back in that starts colliding with each other, and that forms a plasma by heat.
Interesting. Well, we know
plasma is often referred to as the fourth state of matter. Alongside solid, liquid, and gas, plasma is a gas in which a certain portion of the particles are ionized, meaning they have lost or gained electrons, resulting in a mix of positively charged ions and negatively charged electrons.
So I got a theory that charge has to do with how much temperature there is. I think everything has its own Curie point, and everything's fractal and comes back in on itself, including the torus. But I think everything, as far as charge, has to do with how much heat.
How much
Yeah,
what?
but heat.
You guys cut over each other.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
What I asked was how much what? I didn't hear your last.
I think it has to do with heat.
Heat.
As far as the charge has to do with how much heat.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. Charge, like I was saying, basically is the intensity of that field, and then I don't know. I think heat has to comes into play later, like with the interaction of all of it together, like moving around, bouncing around, friction, stuff like that.
Yeah, if you have an electro screwdriver where you can sense charge with, if you turn in the screw with it, the light from that friction only starts lighting up. So I think electricity is nothing more, just as light as friction between matter, and it depends on the volume and the density of the matter, how much electricity it produces.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it. It's like a release, right? It's a release of energy there.
So Bill Wissett has said that he has reasons to believe that there is plasma within the firmament as part of the layers of it, and that's part of the Gaussian surface, or how the chemical effects work with the Gaussian surface. But if plasma is malleable and it's not a solid, then it's possible that it could be of God's surface.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to build with him on that and see what reasons he has to believe.
Yeah, I'd be forgetting to write down my questions or go look for my questions from last week when he's in here.
Or
You say what's up with that?
say what?
Hmm?
Y'all let Witsit leave? How come he did that?
Right.
Man, I wanted Witsit to debate this concave guy.
Concave earther?
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I was talking to him and some other flat Earth guys on a space like a couple days ago, and he had a man. His whole idea is crazy. Like he says, everything, all the luminaries, the sun, the moon, they're really, really small, like smaller than we think, you know, and like man, it goes fully in depth. He said he at first there was this other concave girl, and she was like, we're asking her a bunch of questions about how all of this works. And she's like, just watch this video, and it's a 6 hour documentary about it. Literally every question. Oh well, after you watch the video, we can talk about it. Just watch the video. It's like, bro, that's 6 hours long, man. Why can't you talk about it? Why can't you? If you know about if you know about something, you should be able to summarize it, right? But
Nah, I can't believe Concave got somebody in his crew and he's still mad at us.
no,
I know.
but then concave, like the thing is, concave said like he didn't hear anybody, so he thought he was trolling us, so he left, and we were left with this girl, and then he came back. He's like,
Yo, who's grunting on the mic, bro?
Sorry, I had to mute a couple people. I couldn't tell. Hot mic, hot mic. Go ahead, Vodka. Come back, come back.
No, it's just he seems to be the most knowledgeable, the concave cellular guy. He seems to be the most knowledgeable on the concave Earth, and something like we didn't know how to. He wants to talk to Witsit, like he wants to talk to the most knowledgeable flat Earth guys, you know. But the thing,
I don't know.
but
I
the
called him out today. He could have came and grabbed the
yeah,
mic.
I think the thing is he likes small spaces. Like when I was talking to him, it was just like five of us. I think he just gets. I don't know. I just think he likes small spaces. You know what I mean? But hopefully he musters up the courage to talk to you guys at some point.
He lucky Sacred didn't see his tweet. That's all I know.
Yeah, but he could be right
I
in a
to
way
scare him
because
because we've known him for a little while now. But I don't get it. Just because you can't articulate your theory, don't mean you have to slander us for ours.
yeah, but he
The
has a
builders are not
point.
going to accept him no way.
He has a point because a container doesn't need a roof. It can be open on the top parts. It can because a pressurized system has to have a overpressure takeout. So there has to be a moment it can release gas that is overpressurizing it. So in a way, he has a point because everything in a world goes up, not down. So everything it's like I always say it's like a fishbowl.
I don't know. Does everything really go up? I mean, the gradient is downward. The clouds stay down here. All the densest parts of the atmosphere are near the surface.
Yeah, that's because there are two planes moving around, their own pole basically, because they each have their own center. Because if you look at the radiance going up, it goes from the equator to the south pole, it goes down, and from the equator to the north pole, it goes down also.
Well, Scripture says that there's water above us, so if it was open, we'd be drowned.
Yeah, but with the flood, it came down massively, so it's open, but it's open and it's not open.
You know, this concave guy started off as a globy and then a flat earther, and then he became concave. So he says for the people who say that flat earthers never go back, well, he moved past flat earth. He went concave. He went all the way the other way. So I don't know.
I still don't
I
really
that
understand the
character, you
whole.
can say that.
That sounds like
If y'all get a chance, check out my lunch break on Twitter, and he's pretty cool.
My lunch break. Yeah, he goes hard into the history of architecture and things of that nature. He's got a cool channel.
Tartaria and all that stuff. Yeah.
I think I've heard of him.
Yeah, he's actually in Flat Earth Dave's app too. He's got a channel there. I like his channel. He's got a lot of good points. One of the things I like the most about his thing is the sheer number of fires that he's documented in all these buildings. It's literally ridiculous. So I do think he's onto something with that.
Another really good guy who to look into is John Levi on YouTube. He talks about all of this Tartaria stuff, and he's very quite an interesting guy, very knowledgeable as well.
Yeah, I'm giving up on Tartaria until I can get my hands on like an old, like 100-year-old encyclopedia set or something, like, or visit some old, really old libraries that have a lot of historical accounts of this place and things like that.
You should check out Archaics from Jason Breshears on YouTube. He has done everything in Earth chronology by old books and old scriptures and everything. He set the timeline straight.
I might have heard of that guy too.
I'd like to see Nathan Reynolds become a level head. He's pretty good. He's got all kinds of information.
Yeah, what about Joe Henry on Facebook with his moon model? He's totally set up. That's a great thing also to watch.
All right, guys.
Alrighty.
Question everything. Shout out to the community who's still here at 10:52 a.m.
Level
Shout out
head.
to the 4 other listeners. Today was a good one. Today was fun.
Yes, it was.
So definitely remember to DM me or Secret, but I'll probably say it first. The categories, if you have any in mind for what you would vote on a Glober for, or any Globers. What else, Secret? What else is upcoming in the week?
We got Glow Busters on Saturday. Ether Cos with Space Audits. Tap in with Wizard for part 2 of the debate review. W's Flat Earth.
Another sock, you're on the
Straight W's.
I won't let you forget me. You came in failing and trolling in our chat room. I know that you want us dead. You take prescriptions
Shout out to the level head.
make sense of your model. I know it's all in your head. I have these lucid dreams where Earth is not spinning, thinking of globes in my head. You were my everything, sticks and balls prove nothing. Now I'm just better off dead. I do it over again. I didn't want it to end. I watch it blow in the wind. I really wish I had friends. Did this shit in the past. but I wanted to last. Globes are made out of plastic, babe. I was tangled up in your spastic ways. Who knew astronauts really didn't go to space?
Straight.
You gave me a globe that was spinning with hate. I gave you my ball and you made that shit break.
1, 0. Life on the ball, fantastic, we don't fall. Amazing how the sun can shine so high. Life on the ball, gravity explains it all.
Y'all pulling up next week?
Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky. You don't have to be 3 standard deviations higher than the average Asian to see someone's pissing down your leg and telling you it's raining. Who's your teacher? I'll step in the class and touch them. Lessons to smash and crush them. Weapons of mass destruction. Itching to gas and flush them. I know you know my motto. Nothing precedes my duty. They call me obligado. They think the house is holy. It's incommunicado. They full of guacamole. I crush the avocados. Call me the virtuoso now. That means aficionado. Master of the Stratocaster. Wizard with a pizzicato. Luciferian foolishness is what you follow. Believing you're on the ball. You have all knelt down to swallow. Fuck all your bravado. If you're dissing Mr. Dubé, you're dead or your head's just hollow. I used to marvel at your little blue marble, but now it's impossible to continent your global model. Life on the ball, fantastic, we don't fall. Ain't it amazing? Amazing how the sun can shine so high. That's what they told you. Life on the ball, gravity explains it all. That explains everything. Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky.
Yo, Dubé's back to blast tracks and ask you questions. Final mass class, the last flat pastures pending. First class, broken glass, globe package sending. With a message to the Jews that your reign is ending. Like Payday said, warriors are gathering. So here's a smattering of what your stupid fucking sheeple ass should be asking NASA. Why the race with Rasa? How'd you get there faster? Where's the original tapes and telemetry data? You said you lost it, but what's the cost it? You spend billions of dollars turning us all into ballers. Now take the fallen while you're stalling. Ponder who you Jews and Masons gonna call when the ball is burning. When the world ain't turning, and the people learning that it was you that lied to us, told us we were moving. My mission's coming to fruition. I don't envy you, dude. The end is coming so soon. Your blue moon is through.
Life on the ball, baby. Fantastic, we don't fall. Astounding how we don't fall, baby. Amazing how the sun can shine so high. 93 million miles away. Life on the ball, gravity explains it all. That's what they say. Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky. Now tell me, why do seemingly logical men behave hostile when you question the orthodoxical nature of their gospel and present several obstacles that render it impossible to reconcile the assertions they read in periodicals? The masses can't stop screaming with emphatic passion. They have been inculcated in a dogmatic fashion. They do not know the extent to which NASA's lying. They can't wrap their curved mind around the flat horizon. It isn't that surprising when they feel they got a license to utter fallacies like Neil deGrasse Tyson, saying the earth is pear-shaped. What, you freebasing? You are just an actor, clown, front man, Freemason. Tilting your earth 23.4 degrees, leaving you with 666. Now you're on your knees. Filleting these demons, see Satan has stolen your power at 66,600 miles an hour. Life on the ball, it's beautiful, fantastic, we don't fall. You've been stuck in a spin cycle. Amazing how the sun can shine so high. Life on the ball, it's magical. Gravity explains it all. Nothing short of laughable. Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky. You better count your lucky stars, Earthling.
Keep it G, level head.
I'ma keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake and it's based on a fallacy. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us. Hi, haters. Welcome to your new reality. The earth is flat and there's no proof of gravity. Once upon a time, it was all just one big lie. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is Photoshop, you know, because it has to be. Really got a lot of nerve. I think I'll see Waldo before I see Waldo in the back. Still talking about gravity.
What up, Waldo?
How about you show us the bending of space-time? Hey, what happened to the baseline? Dodging the question, are we? Okay, fine. Nah, man, but the globe's already been proven. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize you were that stupid. What do you mean? I studied it in college. Oh, you mean that blue pill you call knowledge? Are you ready to step out of the matrix? Or are you just too dumb and complacent for this to make sense? I'ma keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. All I see. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake and it's based on a fallacy. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us. Haters. Welcome to your new reality. The earth is flat and there's no proof of gravity. Wait, what? Oh. To the wars you use to kill the poor. We do not consent to get taxes and mandatory vaccines. We do not consent to the GMOs that you grow. We do not consent to adhering your geoengineering. We don't consent to the fluoride in the water supply, blinding our third eye and keeping us compliant. We don't consent to the wars you wage every day, bombing innocent children hundreds of miles away. We don't consent to you hiding our true history, or your secret societies keeping it a mystery. Cause you've been lying to all of us for centuries. Now it's time we break through your green screen reality. There might be a rock unturned for y'all to be hiding. You're unprepared for the upcoming uprising, and no denying that you've ruled for too long. And we're chipping away at your armor with each song. We use the truth to put an end to the abuse. Once you see what's to come, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. You think we're just lambs lining up for the slaughter, but we're here to make your new world have no order. We do not consent to the wars you use to kill the poor. We do not consent to get taxes and mandatory vaccines. We do not consent to the GMOs that you grow. We do not consent to adhering your geoengineering.
We don't consent to the chemicals you're spraying above us, and we don't consent to the criminals you're paying to run us. We don't consent to your false flag attacks and shooting hoaxes. We're standing up now and letting you know we're truly focused. We don't consent to your central bank or your corporations. We practice discipline, citizen, and subordination. We don't consent to the 1% having everything. We don't consent to be puppets, we're cutting every string. I know one thing for certain, they won't control me. You had to have heard the name by now, they call me OD. I don't consent to the media telling lies to me. I don't consent to them engineering society. It's time to take over this shit, so now we're locked and loaded, ready for anything that happens at any moment. We're wide awake, there's no way that we'll ever go back. Never sleep again, and we wanted to let you know that we do not consent to the wars you use to kill the poor. We do not consent to get taxes and mandatory vaccines. We do not consent to the GMOs that you grow. We do not consent to adhering your geoengineering. We do not consent. No.
Relatively speaking, first day after the weekend. Relatively speaking, first day after the weekend. Mickelson Morley, it showed that the earth they don't move, huh? What they do, shorten the length of the rule, love. Hey, that's just how they fooled ya. Tune in Wednesdays, bet that we gon' school ya. Mickelson Morley, it showed no displacement. Mickelson, Gale, Pearson, it measured rotation. Let's break it down in layman. That means the Earth is stationed. No planets and spaceships, they're all animations. Relatively speaking.
Shout out to Witchy.
First day after the weekend. Relatively speaking. First day after the weekend.
Said I could give a fuck about facts, baby. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. simulation in a game, don't laugh. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. And the sun don't rise for me anymore. Guess I've been around, but I'm never sure. In such a little town with such a pretty church, I think it's crazy we're the center of this universe. But it's a fine line, trust me if you fly high. See the world from my eye, you would see it straight. Magic carpet on the way. Ain't it funny how the time flies when your life's like sci-fi? I wish I could escape all this fiction every day. Turn on and access any day, any day, any day. Burning for action every day, every day, every day. Turn on and access any day.
Hey, yo, this song kind of fire. What the fuck?
Turn me up, bro. Turn me up. Flat Earth Fridays.
The world's too flat. I didn't even realize.
Simulation in a game, don't laugh. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. Said I could give a fuck about facts, baby. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. The simulation in a game, don't laugh. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. I'm talking true scale, I'll take the red. Let's take the blue pill if you said. But the true world is such a mess. When it's done, I guess only you at the edge. Coca-Cola out the faucet, McDonald's on the TV. Verizon my horizons with apples not for eating. I'll see blood on all they diamonds, don't see nobody reading. All I hear is
you're to hear first.
The things that have no meaning. You're all in denial, the earth's a flat file. I'm singing inside you, you can't get away. Your conscience relates to the ideas you wait, and that's why you just love me, though it's so cliche. I'm on my own, whoa, whoa. I'm all in my mind, yeah, yeah. It's hard on my soul, whoa, whoa. To heaven I climb, yeah, yeah. Said I could give a fuck about facts, baby. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat.
Too flat, baby.
Game, don't laugh. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. Said I could give a fuck about facts, baby. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. The simulation in a game, don't laugh. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat.
That reminds me of that "Tonight will be the night that I will fall for you" song. Hey, that song fire.
All I see is this flat water. With a telescope I can see farther. So curvature does not apply. Now that I'm awake and I can't turn back, I know space is fake and the earth is flat. Look inside your soul and you'll also know that it's not just me. There's a curve on the earth and to me it's surprising. Now I know earth is not a globe. NASA and other space agencies always lying. But after all, earth is not a ball. Oh, it's not a ball.
Do we gotta sing it to you?
You think you're educated, but you're simply indoctrinated. They're trying to control
Not a glow level heads.
teaching us things that can't be proven, like Big Bang and evolution, but we're actually all divine. My eyes are open wide, all my fear is gone. God is on my side. How could I go wrong? People seem so blind to what's going on. It's not hard to see. See the sun as it shines on the sea, local lightning.
Hit that high note, girl.
Yeah, she was singing that shit.
Said I could give a fuck about facts, baby. I'm getting faded.
Not again. You
Exodus
one more
20,
time.
verse 3, Genesis 5, verse
Algorithm,
21,
algorithm.
Genesis 11, Genesis 1, verse 7.
And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so.
Flat earth, we live in a flat earth. I got work on everything live ya. Happy a deception we are live in on. That globe you show me no live in a flat earth, we live in a flat earth. I got work on everything live ya. Happy a deception we are live in on. That globe you show me no live in a. Read the book of Enoch, then tell us so real fuck he was a wise man. No, and a idiot. Walk with God, come back and teach us how the earth make and everything in that. Tell her how the sun
You know we gotta leave you with some vibes.
listen to the words of God, cause so true them trick we and deceive we, make we confused. In this world where the devil wants. Flat earth, we live in a flat earth. I got work on everything live ya. Happy a deception we are live in on. That globe you show me no live in a flat earth, we live in a flat earth. I got work on everything live ya. Happy a deception we are live in on. That globe you show me no live in a. Don't get you study the stars, study all-star movements. Overall them move in a one-way car circular. That means that the earth now move none tall. If the earth did a spin around the sun as them say, while the sun a travel round in the galaxy, that means stars they a fly from everywhere. But put it to the test, I know that you will get. Cause a flat earth, we live in a flat earth. I got work on everything live ya. Happy a deception we are live in on. That globe you show me no live in a flat earth, we live in a flat earth. I got work on everything live ya. Happy a deception we are live in on. That globe you show me no live in a. Prove what you know, don't tell me money here say. Youth where you grow me, I tell you no space there. Read the Bible, cause every truth place there. Wise up every youth, please don't stray away. About the story of Nimrod Tower, make God have to make many language come here. Nothing can overthrow God power. Remember your history, the age of Noah, cause a flat earth, we live in a flat earth. I got work on everything live ya. Happy a
Question
deception we
everything.
are live in on. That globe
They got a flat Earth song for everybody.
flat earth, we live in a flat earth. I got work on everything live ya. Whole lot more get thrown away. Garbage musical.
Hello, my dear. Thanks for meeting me here in the parking lot of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Darling, now please, it gives me unease that you're sitting here picketing my work as a physicist.
I know, but darling, you must understand. My people need me, we're taking a stand. You know that I love you, but I stand my ground. You'll never convince us that our Earth is round.
Your people, darling, are nothing to me. I only love you, and I hope that you see. Even though you think the Earth is a disc, a small disagreement I'm willing to risk.
So take my hand, we'll travel the land, cross oceans and sand, over mountains so grand. Then maybe we'll help each other understand that gravity's a myth,
That satellites are real,
that our love is not a conspiracy.
For all the star-crossed lovers out there,
I'd walk 1,000 miles to the edge of the dome that covers our home to be with you.
I'd calculate a trajectory using Earth's curvature if it would ensure we we'd be together. But what if my lover's a government spy, hoping to spread more unspeakable lies? I know he's lost touch with reality now, but I think I'll convince her someday, somehow. And as we lie right under the sky, my heart beats as I see the stars in your eyes. The stars seem so close I could touch them, but I know they're 3,000 miles away. Don't try light years away, let's just say far, far away, my dear. Yet you are right here, and that's all that matters. And we know that we're on this planet together in love forever. Our love is not a conspiracy. Run away with me tonight, my darling. I can't. We're launching a rocket today. The CIA paid you to say that. No, they didn't. Darling, why don't you just come over tonight and we'll watch Great British Baking Show? It's called Great British Bake Off in this dimension.
Okay, calm down.
Where'd you find this?
I thought that shit was so cute.
Well, you don't know
Shout out to y'all for sticking through.
if it's part of the show.
Once again, another week. Back at it with another banger.
If you don't know.
Somebody said they were smoking and listening to reggae. Yo.
Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines.
It's a journey, guys, and we are all along for the ride.
Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of Gish Galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight in a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, that's it.
Can't stop the truth.
Can't stop what's about to happen.
If it's part of the show.
If y'all not sick of us yet, man, it's only up from here.
Intoxicated ape
makes you believe you're spinning in space.
Why you have no shame or grace.
It's a disgusting
state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate. Forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late. And rockets don't work in space. It's all fake. The show is on Mars. It's a joke. But
Couldn't do it without y'all level heads.
Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably
proud flirt.
Just to go along, I said. Welcome to the show.
Shout out to Ken, shout out to Chris, shout out to Bill. Shout out to Chrissy, shout out to Rest in Peace. Shout out to Darv, shout out to Nerve. Shout out to Playing the Truth, D3. Shout out Earth Dave, Mr. X. Nathan Ride, Civil, Alex. I Am Blue. Gig, Justin, Sonny, Jason. Romeo, Brock, Sweet. Blurf, Symmetrical Cackle, Steve, Lydia, Jason Wright, Van Fink, Space Coast, Coast to Coast, Lydia, Darius, Tony, Barbarian, Maddie, CC, Julian, Olin, Perk, Say Williams, Jay, Hey, Jeff, Jason, Melissa. Jesus, stand is true. Donatello. Bella. And the A9. We see you.
Shout out to those still listening on YouTube.
Love to the live chat. Stationary Saturdays, we out.